Hello. Good morning, my brothers. Good morning. How you guys doing? Hello, copy dev. How you doing, man?
Hello, Cakez.
I don't know what it is up today. I'm so thirsty. Hello, super cool. Good morning.
Make a good game and don't market it. The money will come to you.
I am so thirsty. Whew. I don't know what it is. Long live cakes. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that, Mr. Capuchman. Yeah, true. I can only I can only say big W's to that. Thank you, man. As always, great to hear you coding with your headphones. Hello there. That's awesome. Yeah, thank you for joining. I appreciate that. +1 viewer. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Yeah, sit down. It's going to be a great coding session today. 100%. Min distance. About 600. Hello, Letakio, my man. Hello there, my man. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. Gonna be pissed. Pissing every 3 minutes from now? No, I don't think so.
And you'll be stronger.
When you're actually...
Good game will sell nonetheless. The
bot works again, guys. The bot works again. I fixed it. Goodness, thank goodness. I managed to fix it. It was only exchanging local host with 127.0.0.0.1. So the Spotify chain does not allow HTTP redirection URLs anymore. So, yeah.
I love Cakez.
Guess who has 20 whole wishlist day 1? Yo, my man. Hey, I wanna play viewer games. Should I play your game too? Maybe that helps a bit today. I wanted to do something else, but maybe we can merge it. I think that's a good idea. It would be wonderful, but my game is downloadable only this time. If you can, I could send you. Ooh, okay. Clicky Islands. I think we were here already, right? Yeah, that's February.
Hello.
Looked at this the other day. Yeah. Custom animated. Isn't this the guy that we had to ban? Isn't this the guy we had to ban? That's him, yeah. Oh, delete message. Delete. Yeah, okay. I think this is where we left off. Sure. Toss me a message over Discord. We'll check. I'll track. I'll try to check. Let's see. I'll check. Not try. I'll check. I'll check. And if I'm hacked, I'm gonna find you. I will find you. Just you wait. Don't hack me. Hello there, Miss Your Dream. How you doing? Join GMTK Game Jam. Shall we take a look at the Game Jam page? I don't like Game Jams, guys. You know that. What is it called? GMTK? Game Maker's Toolkit? Game Jam, is that the one? Thank you very much for blinding me. Very nice. Good page in white. Let me change that real quick. Turn it on. Game Maker's Toolkit is a award-winning YouTube channel that explores your channel created. Oh, I'm just on Game Maker's Toolkit. Game Jam. Where can I see the Game Jam? HIO, I see. There it is. GMTK Jam 2026. It begins in 5 hours and 9 minutes, okay.
Collector's alt account just joined.
Glad to be back to my favorite
Hello, Colin
Vulcan
Gree, how you
and
doing?
Godot stream. Please
Voting
keep
categories.
your functions shorter than 5 lines.
These fucking softwares!
Wrong click, sorry. Wrong click. I apologize. Wrong click. Wrong click. Hello. Wrong click. Hello. Wrong click. Hello. Hello. Wrong click. Hello. Wrong click. Hello. Wrong click. Hello. Wrong click. I'm sorry. I'll stop now. Ah! How did I mute myself? Sorry about that. Yeah, there's no theme. We can't hear you. So yeah, my big problem with game jams is the theme part, which I get it, right? There's always something new, but for me, that's the biggest problem. I want to make a game that I want to make. And I don't like that restriction. Maybe I'm wrong for that. Maybe I'm special for that, but I just don't like it. I'm not joining the jam now. You know the theme in 5 hours? Oh, great. That's nice. So, I mean, yeah. No, I'm making a game already. And that's what I do. I always try to stick to that. Though, I think game jams are great. You could easily add for the game. No, I will probably be next week, guys. I already told you. Oh, really? Oh, that's great that you know these languages, my man. I wish you a good birthday. Happy birthday, my man. Good job. Yep, good job. Big clap. Aura was my student. That is awesome. Appreciate that. Yeah. I'm 15 years old and I know Python, C++, C, and Java. Congratulations. Good stuff. I will not join this one, no. I won't. Some people feel more creative. Yeah, I need a theme, otherwise people could submit games they've spent months working on. Yeah, that's true, yeah. 100%. I just don't like it. Sarcasm, well, I don't know. You make up your mind on that. You figure this stuff out. That's not my job. Hey Tom, how you doing? I can't read that, bro. That's Russian. Hello Hishman, how you doing? Good morning. All right, let me put my stuff right here. My whatever that's called. Let me see here. I prepared that yesterday, but then. Oopsie. Let me see. Saved. So, wait 1 sec. I'm pretty sure you guys have seen this, right? Let me find the post. I wonder what people think about this. Let's see. Can I not see this post somewhere? Ah, here we go. Hold up. Hold up. Just 1 second. Hold up. Trying to learn here. Trying to learn. Damn. I'm doxxed. I'm doxxed. Shh. 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 Uh-oh. Razer Huntsman switch profile? Never told you to do that. Uh-oh. Dev tells Valve to fix Steam's exploitable 2-hour refund policy as over 50,000 players refund his short game and even brag about it in reviews. Have you guys seen this? I can't believe that 55,000 people would refund the game. 16 days ago, that's quite a long time ago. But I wanted to wait. I found this very fishing. This is, what is the game called? It's a game about pedaling, right? Let me see, this guy, yeah, it's called Pedal, Pedal, Pedal. I wanted to actually see, is that the reason why people are refunding? So it has 1,500 very positive reviews. Oh, it's only $5. It's very good. And it's apparently it sold like over 150,000 copies. But the reviews are very positive and recently they are mixed. I wonder what that is. Let's see. Let's read some of the reviews. Short, uninteresting, charging extra for additional maps in an already short game is a joke. Uh-oh. Could that be the reason? July 7? Well, that's more than 10 days ago. I heard about it, but to be fair, Pedal Pedal is a friend-slop game. He should actually add some content and make it a game that has at least a few hours of gameplay. That's the one. Bad game and annoying ugly dev. Refunded. No, wait, that's not it. That's from yesterday. What? Played 5 minutes and now I'm single. What? More of a poor concept than a fully realized experience. There is some fun, but some polish would have gone a long way. YouTube link. He just put a YouTube link there. 21% refund rate. Well, a typical refund rate is like 10 to like 11, 12%, isn't it? That's typical. But
Hello.
that high? Is that really a big deal? Is that really a big issue? Let me see again. Sorry, I undid the reviews. I wanted to check the review ratings from 16 days ago. How can we do that? Some polish would make you go a long way. Add some JR. Okay, buddy. How can we see that display? We can't really see date range. There we go. Only specific range. Can I not do that? Only specific range? Is that not possible? Selected on graph above. Oh, I see. Ah, I see. So, well, he made the post in June. Can I see those? August, let's see. That's just one. But that's 70 negative reviews. Was it only loading one? If I click browse all reviews, what happens then? Can I not? Well, that's a bit annoying. It only shows me one review. This game was really fun and difficult, but after an update, while we took a little break from the game got much easier. Where we were struggling before, we just one-shot that part, and all further parts did not take in many attempts to complete. It was really disappointing to complete the game because it felt like we were robbed of our achievement. Delete your language filter? Yeah, well, it only shows me one. I wonder why that is. The game had really good reviews about the game before I posted about it on X. Yeah, like that's what I'm trying to figure out, because I saw this, right? There must have been either some review bombings going on. That looks like crazy thing. Or, like, yeah. Or he did like a bad patch. I'm trying to find the negative reviews that say they refunded the game. Oh, wait. Hold up, no. What did I click on? August? Wait, so now they show up. Huh? What did I do? Nani? Oh, I can't read these. Oh no. They're all in Russian and Chinese. I can't read that. You had 1 week selected? 1 week? I had a week selected? Oh, I see. I have to drag. I have to drag. Oh, now I get it. Okay. Okay. Display. I only want negative. I only want the negative ones. Filters from before. Listen, I want the negative reviews. Oh, then I select the range again. Bro, you can't be serious. It's not showing me the reviews. Can't read. Read that. Yeah, like pedal experience. But none of these guys are refunding the game. What? Even Chinese are mad about the game. Yeah, read more. Let's see. What does this... Oops. What the... Huh? What happened? Did the review just teleport? Bro, what's going on? Can I stop, please? Alright. Can you translate that to English, please? Do you dare move up and sell for $20? Isn't that really a college student? It is recommended to change for free and then pay me some money. I love this guy already, damn. That guy is awesome. Verrückt, was ein Bastardspiel. Coop is broken, checkpoint 18. Me and my friend tried some 30 times, get through disappointing platform sections, desync, restarting checkpoint. Okay. Well, I don't see anything about it being a short game and refunding. I'm sorry. I don't see anything. Alright. So the reason why I wanted to see this is because people said this article is slightly misleading. It's not 50,000 people who are refunding the game after beating it. That's just the total number of refunds on the game. So, total number of refunds. It's a great game, but it's still 55 refunds is crazy. So, like, I don't know, let me check. Please don't tell me I have to log in, okay? I didn't check in a while. How can I see how many people have refunded my game? I have 11%. So if we double that, then we have his refund rate, right? It says how many units. 12,000. He was talking about 21%. Okay. Well, that doesn't... 150,000 units times 0.21. That is 31,000 though. A typical rate is like 10%. I heard something about 55,000. And the dev made a post that he sold 150,000 units, but it's in December 2025. That was December. So at that point, with a 20% refund rate, you'd be looking at 31,000. So he would have gotten another. Well, it could be possible. Could be possible. We made it in made it chat 1 million gross revenue. We did. Oh, I see. Yeah. I mean, yeah. It's not a million, but it's crazy. 25% refund rate is normal for rage games. So we have someone with a rage game in chat. Mr. Superku, how much? What's your refund rate for your game? 14%. Okay. So like this is the game I'm talking about here. Like Pogo Stock has 14%. At launch it went up to 22%. So at launch he was at 22%. And now it's gone down. Mostly positive. Very positive all time. That's the game I'm talking about. That's Pogo Stock. And many of you guys know that from Ludwig. Probably. So that's 14%. And 22% because it's a rage game in the beginning. Last update today. Oh, you made an update today, really? Guys, keep updating his game. Very nice. I don't know if Superku's a millionaire. You gotta ask him, not me. Okay, so and then people here say the dev is trying to rage bait. Rage metagaming. It's true, some devs take social media, yeah, but you can't say that he's doing that either. I want to know why he got so many negative reviews then. Or PS a reposter just spams industry news to drive engagement. This post is 100% part of their marketing strategy. I gotta be honest, I think it helped though. This post. For Paddle. For this game. So, when did he make the post? 16 days ago, right? Wait, actually, did it help? Hold up. Doesn't look like it helped at all. Maybe a bit? Yeah, not really much. Guten Tag, wie geht's, Hello Smith? What we're doing today, we're gonna be coding enemy flocking, enemy physics. Right now, I'm looking at a game I saw a post of. The dev says that 55% refunds beaten the game and wanting their 5. From beating their 1 their 5, a lot of them likely refunding because the game's too hard. Some of the reviewers also say that the game has desync issues. I don't understand why the developers whining so much about their game having a high refund rate when it's literally a game designed to be unfairly difficult and rage-inducing. I think it's a normal refund rate, you gotta be honest, yeah. I think, though, it's... If I'm being completely honest, looking at this from the outside, I think the dev knows what he's talking about and knows what he's doing. But can you really... I'm trying to, like... Obviously, it comes off as very scummy, right? It kind of comes off as emotionally manipulative. But he's got a lot of attention because of that. And so that's bait clicks, yeah. This guy is known for bait clicks, yeah. But what do you guys think about these types of bait clicks? Like, try to put yourself into a situation of someone that wants to market their game and sell their game. What do you guys think?
A.
Never buy anything from him. Okay, like you're talking from a consumer perspective, right? I mean, clearly, people caught wind of this lately, right? Short, uninteresting, charging extra for additional maps, and already awful short game is a joke. So it looks like this guy is full corporate. a little bit. Charging extra for additional maps inside a game? That's a bit annoying, gotta be honest. It's like locking... This is what I see from AAA games, but from indie games? It's kind of sad to see, but... $3, $5, this game somehow manages to feel overpriced. Problem is simple, people are finishing it in under 2 hours, realizing there's not much there and refunding it. That is not some grand injustice. So that's what I wanted to actually compare this to, right? People are finishing it so fast. Guys, who of you in chat played the Black Hole game? This is beatable in under 2 hours. Is it not? People play this for longer. Well, the majority of people play it for longer, looks like. But it's beatable in under 2 hours. They added more modes at release, on release. I know they added more modes, but they, on release. I'm talking about on release. I know that ByteUL played it. He said that it was done in like 1.5 hours. Something like that. He finished the main mode and then he waited for other modes, which took a while to implement. But this game never had this issue with people refunding. The average playtime for my demo Cakez? Difficult to say because my demo changed, but I was sitting around 20 minutes at some point. I can't really tell you right now because the demo is inactive and on a very different version than the actual game. So it would be less. It is definitely less. But I was hovering at 23 minutes. Though that includes old data too, where it was 6 minutes. So that's what the graph looks like. I have a thing going down like this and then quite a few people playing a long time. Though this was very high from a very old bad version. So really, not really comparable. Yeah, it's being mentioned now because of the drama. That's literally Steam's refund system. The game itself is unfinished, clunky. So I think most people refund here. Refund that doesn't feel well made. Comes across a barely passable friend slop with minimal effort put in. Is clearly just something pushed out for revenue while chasing trends. Okay. I mean, I think... Well, let's see. Game's alright. Some technical decent issues. Server cannot good faith leave a positive review. Take away customer rights. Wait. For a developer actively attempting to take away customer rights because he's unhappy with the massive success of the game, didn't make enough money. Attempting to frame all refunds is unfair. I see. Yeah, okay. I mean, that's the drama. I see. I get it. I get it now. I wanted to play the game, but it looks like it's kind of friend slop game, yeah, and I don't have friends, so. We're just reading the reviews, you know. I am your friend, we can paddle if you want. Yeah, okay. Interesting. Like my stance on this is, I can understand from a marketing standpoint to make rage-bait posts. It clearly does work for him, even though he doesn't get very positive attention. He still gets attention to the game. You guys can, like from a customer point of view, I can see that, like as a gamer, I would be really annoyed by that, 100%. I can also understand it though from a game developer standpoint. You're just trying to get attention to your game. And obviously, it's like in every single different avenue. Like take soccer, or let's call it football, right? Take football, for example. You could be a defender that does the cleanest tackles of all time, or you could be this rat, this absolute menace. You're stepping on their toes, you're hitting them where you can, you're dragging them all the time, you're saying stuff to them, you're getting into their head. You could literally just you're deciding what to do, but both ways work. And obviously, from the outside, you come across as like a big a-hole. Though at the end of the day, as long as he can live, make money off it, and then make more games, that's his goal, right? And yeah, obviously, not very great behavior. Not gonna lie, I wouldn't do it myself. I try to get attention some other way. But yeah, it looks like this was exaggerated. 21% refund rate. And 90%. He never was at 90% though. It's kind of a lie. That was never 90%. Let me see. There's no way that at any point in time this guy was at 90%. That's a lie. No way. There's just way too many negative reviews for that to be 90. As an indie dev, he got very lucky and then become ungrateful. Those refunds are deserved. I kind of agree. I kind of agree. Though he got... Gotta be honest. Why did he even make the post? He was getting very consistent. Maybe because it slowed down here? Maybe that's the reason. Maybe, but that's... Mark, it could be greed. He saw it slow down, but it's also like it's the summertime. It's with everything. Can you stop with the unpin after? Yes, I click unpin after all the time. Stop it, Twitch. Sorry. No. Relax. It is literally just a time where people enjoy the outside world. You get less viewers, you get less people in general online, on Twitch, on YouTube. It's just what happens. This is like the downtime. So maybe he saw the trend going down and it's like, oh, I need to bring attention to my game. Yeah, kinda, he drew negative attention. I wouldn't do it myself. I can see why he's doing it. At the end of the day, as a customer, I would not support this. It's kind of crazy that these articles are... Dev tells Valve to fix Steam's refund policy. Over 55 players who refunded a short game even brag about it in reviews. Like this game's radar page, you need to make better research, I'm sorry, but that's just crazy. Or this guy, Anything McLean, really just wanted to get a good header into his article to get more views on it. But you're obviously misleading customers here. Sorry, you're misleading your audience. It's not called customers. It's clickbait, yeah. In 2026? What? Yeah, obviously, right? That's typical. Kinda annoying, yeah. So then he posts a screenshot of his kinda scummy behavior. Anyways, let's move on.
Tangy TD has a refund policy of 21%, of 12% people almost, 11.3% guys. I need your help. Please buy Tangy TD, it's on a discount right now for 20% off and play the game. I need your help, okay? I'm struggling as an indie dev. Listen, I didn't even make $1 million. I need to make more money and buy more Ferraris. I need a Ferrari! Buy the game!
Anyways. Let's move on. I'm kind of excited to see what my new demo playtime will be whenever we get to it. That'd be cool. Really cool to see. What if I'm broke? Then get out of here! Ban this guy! Well, wasn't there like some viral clip of Pokimane? If you're broke, bro, just say so. 1 sec, I'm being called. That was my Ferrari. I just called them, you know, so, to get the Ferrari delivered to my house. No, and finally the car is finally fixed, guys. We can pick it up. Hey! So tomorrow I finally don't have to pick up Zoe, I guess. Or maybe I do. We'll have to see. Oh, very good stuff. What about the $5 clip? That one is fun. The $5 clip. If you're homeless, just buy a house. How much you spend on it? Wouldn't we buy a new car at this point cheaper? This is warranty, it looks like. So we will hopefully pay this much. This much. Because we went to inspection this year, and they said that the warranty is till 2027. And then, you know, they took a look at the Lenkung in English. W warranty, W, thank God. And then they said, well, it's gonna be fixed. And then they also took a look at the Klimaanlage in English, guys. Okay, okay. I'm just gonna speak German, okay? Man, I was like a stumbling buffoon.
That took some time and effort to stream again, MK. Bro, what you talking about? Okay, I've been driving left and right and back and forth and up and down and, to the moon and back, okay, buddy? And then I was also on vacation, which was planned like over a year ago. What you talking about? That took some time. Yeah, have you never taken any vacation in your life?
All right, guys. So what I want to do today, I would like to start with this, because usually when I don't start early, then oh, I got your game, and yeah, you sent me your game. All right, I'll try to do some progress, and then I'll play your game when I get back, okay? Well, because I'll have to go and pick up Zoe in about 30-40 minutes. Vacation? No, I couldn't really code that much because I had to full take care of Zoe a lot of times, and when I got home to the hotel in the evening, I got just super quiet. Quiet. I meant tired. Let's just program the game, guys. It'll fix itself at some point, okay? Let's just code the game. Let's just code the game, please. Can we just move on? Thank you. Alright, guys, so today I want enemies to collide with each other and push each other away. And I want to do that separately in X and Y direction and make them slide. Or you guys tell me a certain thing that I am supposed to implement here, that people implement in games like this, where they do enemy flocking, but they do collision detection too. Now, obviously in Unity, what you would do here, very simple. You would just slap a circular collider on all of these enemies, and they wouldn't collide with each other. True. That's what you would do. Obviously. But this is not Unity. This is C++. So what can we do in this scenario? How did you solve the issue that locked grid tiles? Locked grid tiles? I don't remember what you mean by that. Voids system. Okay, when you say, Miguel, when you're saying voids system, can you explain it to me like I'm a baby? What happens in a flock of enemies? You won't get many units that way in Unity, so you would implement your own solution anyways. Like, if I, let's say, if I have... Let's just make a screenshot. From here. Voids. Chunking and voids. Okay. All right, let's just get the terms right and what that means, what Boyd's means, okay? Let me just lock this so we can delete it. There you go. Okay, so let's assume that we have a couple of enemies right here. Let's make them small. Actually, we can make circles. Couple of enemies. Okay, and some of them are colliding. Maybe some of them are not. Okay, and they all want to go in this direction. So, let me just get the one. Let me just get the terminology straight. Or the hotkeys here. I want to get to know the hotkeys. All of these enemies somewhat have a direction they walk in, right? I'm going to draw the direction they walk in green, okay? Let's say this guy has a direction that is somewhat in this vicinity. This guy is probably going here. This guy is probably going here, 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 and here. So, how does flocking work? One sec. How does flocking work? This guy must have a direction in this. Or Boyd's, how does this work? When, let's say, let's zoom in a bit further. This is where we go into the deep stuff. Let's say this is enemy number 1. This is enemy, let's put the number 1 in here. This is number 1, this is number 2, this is number 3. Let's isolate these 3. If 1 and 3 and 2, they're all colliding, okay? Does number 1's direction, is number 1's direction added together with the number 2's direction? Let's say that's a little bit this. And then also add it together with the number 3's direction. That maybe it's a little bit up. And let's say that's from 1, 2, and 3. Or every time some of them collide, it adds their direction together. And then it averages these out, normalizes them, and generates a new direction. Flow fields already have a steering behavior correct, so you add an avoidance velocity. Aha, so what you're saying is, what I'm doing here is incorrect. All I need to do is, let me just get rid of this too. I know that number 1 and number 2 are colliding. They already have somewhat of the same velocity. All I need to do now is add a counter velocity to both of these. So for number 1, I would add a push to here, and for number 2, I would add a push to here. This would be the avoidance. Is that what you mean? You were close. You have a direction velocity. On collision, you add another velocity and normalize. Then let me check the book about game AI steering behavior. Yeah. So basically, what you do here is, see, the avoidance velocity is then added together. So for number 1, that would look like we do this behavior, maybe, and we add together this one. Then we normalize that together, and we get a new velocity, you know, norm. We normalize it, And then the resulting velocity is maybe, you know, this velocity. And then for number two, we have like a green arrow to this and an orange arrow to that. If those are being added together, well, that's a bit annoying. If those are being added together, let me see. Is there a box select? Or can I just... I see a drag like that. I see. Well, that's a really unfortunate position for that. Those are being added together and then that results in, I don't know, maybe a new vector that points somewhat down or something. So basically I push them away from each other, normalize that new direction that they walk in, and then make them walk in that direction. Or do I push the enemy immediately? So when do I push the enemy? Basically, you need to add forces depending on what is happening. Like if an enemy is close to another enemy, your system needs to prioritize that avoidance first. You change the amount of force that the enemy is receiving. So, alright, like, okay, we got the avoidance velocity, right? If an enemy what if I can do a background here? Because I really... Background? What does that mean? Doesn't look like this background. I think in the end you don't change the velocity directly. AI for games, chapter 3, you combine the vectors. Let's say I move left. But a guy is there, then I do the collision check, which results in another avoidance vector. We add it to our current velocity and normalize. Our new velocity should be steering in the right direction, but avoid the other NPC. So... okay. Yeah, distance checks radius. Yeah, that's exactly what I would do, Supernova. That's a really good point. I want to bring this up. That's also very efficient, you know. My game checks the distance between enemies and each... Actually, I think it's better if I do this here. Yeah, that's a lot easier to see. My game checks the distance between enemies and each has its own unique ID. If their distance is less than their separation radius, which is very efficient to do, the separation forces scale accordingly. Yeah. So basically what we will do is do that too. We will do separation forces and distance radius checks. Yes. The question now becomes what an enemy should look like in terms of data. That's what I'm trying to do here. So for example, I want to, let's say an enemy, and it's really bad to type to make it white. Let's just do here an enemy. Do I have as data, do I just have velocity? And then, because if I just have a velocity for an enemy, then I think we have an issue. I think we get an issue. Vector to velocity. Because when I get to a tile here, I generate, this is tile. I generate a direction to go to the next tile. Let's say the next tile is here. Okay, so I point to this tile. That would be my velocity. Now, while I'm going to that tile, and that's my velocity, I could get a counter velocity, like a push force. Let's call it push. Now, if I just take the push and add it here, right? Let's say the push is in the opposite direction. Well, how do I properly do this one? Guys, I'm learning this right now. It'll take some time. Let's say the push is orange. And it's in the opposite direction. Then once I stop pushing, I no longer know where to go. Because let's say we do it like this. Maybe the push is just in this direction. Right? And then the resulting vector of these two together, I don't know, let's say it is this direction. Now, what this, and then I take this direction and I store that in the velocity. I have lost all velocity towards my target tile. What do I do? Do I then build another velocity towards that target tile? And when do I move? If, listen, let's say, like, it gets a little bit more complicated. This is enemy 1, right? Enemy 1. I move in this direction. Now, enemy 2. I'm colliding with enemy 2, right? Here's a collision detection. So now for enemy 2, I push it away in this direction. And I push myself away in this direction. But both of our directional vectors are this direction, right? We all move into this. I just happen to collide with enemy 2 while moving in this direction. Now, enemy 2 has these two directions. Well, let's make it a white so we stay consistent, right? So this is where we move. This is our velocity, both of us. I moved into 2. I push away. I push myself away. So now my new direction could be this. His new direction could be this. Now, when I start to update enemy 2, do I move into this direction? You don't get... So if I get the... Like, if this is my velocity, right? And I'm updating enemy 2 now. So that's my current velocity. Then I get the velocity to the tile again. That is this velocity. Do I just add that together again? So if I do a plus here, and then do another equals, I get like an arrow that is slightly bent, I guess. Not entirely bent. Or let's say if the velocity to the tile is completely down, right? And we add those two together. Then we're looking at, I don't know, maybe like maybe this. Won't I have to do a lot of normalization then all the time? Don't I have to always normalize all the time then? Guys, I'll show you what the problem is in code. I think you guys do not understand what I'm trying to show you guys. Alright, let's see. Alright, let's first get an enemy. They have a velocity or direction they walk in and a vector to push. Let's keep the push, right? Alright, as the enemy moves, now we have now moved. This is when we do collision detection. And in this case scenario, for now, I will make it n squared just to get the algorithm working. And after that, we do the collision detection dumb way first, n squared. After that, chunking by ID. Chunking by ID will be very efficient. First, we get it to work. So instead of I, we have to do J. Because we're already using J. And since here's I, we can now go ahead and call it enemy index. Because that's a better name than I. And then now we can call this I again. Good. Now, we get an enemy. Reference. Neighbor. Alright, and then we check if... And we can do a square. Let's go const float min dist. Let's do it 16 by 16 pixels. I think that's a bit much. Let's do 8 by 8. No, let's do 16 by 16 to have like a really crazy collision detection. And then we get the const float neighbor distance is length squared between enemy.position minus neighbor.position. Alright. If the neighbor distance is less than the min distance, then obviously we have a collision. And this is where we then need to apply force, push force on both, essentially. So what do I apply to my enemy? We have a const vector2 push direction, which could be enemy.position minus neighbor.position, and then normalized, right? That is one direction. That is towards the enemy, towards myself. So I push myself away. And then here's the where... Essentially what we do is enemy.push, which I guess didn't load yet, didn't save yet, is push direction, and neighbor.push is minus push direction. Right, that would be the push. And now it's stored together with that direction that the enemy is walking in. Or I could say I'm directly changing my direction. And then, sorry. This is different. So one of them affects direction. And we could say affect velocity. And then store push. This, if this is direction, then we need to do enemy.direction plus push direction and normalize it, right? That would be their new direction. And then we could say neighbor direction is minus enemy direction. Because it's the opposite direction. That's just so we don't have 2 times normalize, essentially. Okay, but in this case scenario, now we move in a different direction. Because we changed the direction we walk in, right? Let's just run this and see what that looks like. Because now I think the enemies move into the... They don't move to the tile anymore that they're supposed to move to. They are now being pushed away and moved somewhere else. Let's see. Let's just check. They don't move at all. That's even worse. Why? Are they all colliding? What happens? Okay. Oh, I see. Of course. Obviously, we have to skip ourselves. And then it could also be a situation where if push direction is vector 2, 0, then push direction is a push, direction left. This can happen. So we gotta make these two adjustments. Okay, now they walk. And what happens where are these guys going? Yeah, see, this guy now walks into an entirely different direction. What the? They're ping-ponging each other. So that's obviously wrong. So they need to somehow get their direction again. So I can also store the push, right? But then what do I do when the enemy walks? What is the direction the enemy walks, right? So basically what I'm trying to say here is, if we are dumbing this scenario down to just a direction, okay? So that is, let's say we have one direction in here and another direction here. And we need to somehow operate on these or add them together. How? How? Because I still have to go to a tile. I still have to go there. You don't normalize the enemy separation force usually. Instead, the closer the enemies, the bigger the force. You recalculate this force every tick. Okay, I mean, let's say I have two enemies. 3 enemies. And then the force here between these two is to... Oops. I thought I had this. Is to push them like this. Now, the force that I'm applying between these two is this. What do I do with these two forces? Do I just add them together? This plus this. But then it becomes a long force. Becomes very long. Becomes a lot of force. You can limit the length vector. So what you guys are saying, I just add more and more push. If you don't run the game at 5 ticks per second, it will never be a problem. I mean, okay, we could say that we limit in the worst case, but we just add for now. And what you guys are also saying is that this is a separate force. This is a separate force to where I'm going. So you guys are saying I store the source separately and I never touch where I'm actually going. So they all still have their directional vector next to the force. Is that what you guys are saying? Because we're talking about, I'm trying to be data efficient too. Right? Force is wanted direction plus separation. Okay. But in order to get all of these different directions, I need to store 2 vectors. So what I'm saying is, I will not be able to properly... Basically my question is, kann ich das abbilden mit nur einer Direction in English? Can I map this to just have one float direction without the push? So basically, can I toss this away and still get this done just by using one vector 2? Is that possible? Seek force and separation force are separated from me and then added together at the end. So what you guys are saying, I keep... Direction is not velocity. Well, for me it is velocity. So basically what you guys are saying, I need to keep the push. Yes, well, original Overlord, that collision detection will happen the moment I'm done with the collision detection between enemies. First, I add the collision detection for enemies with each other, and then I add the collision detection with the terrain. So both will happen. We are about to get it done, but first we have to... What did this guy just type? It's very inspirational. Even at old age, you can still solve problems like this. What does that mean? What does that mean, old age? So, super cool. Question for you. Would you store just the direction? Or do you store direction and push? Do you store 2 vector 2s? Or 1 vector 2. Arbor, Alminta, Sandal, Wicked, thank you guys for following, I appreciate that a lot. Parnev, you too. You store velocity? What would the reason for them being separate, guys? I do not understand. Like, okay, guys. Every frame, I would need to calculate the direction that I have to go to again. If that's my target. It's not 8 bytes though. It's 32 times 2, 64. It's not 8. Wait, 4, 8, it's 8 bytes, you're wrong. I'm wrong. Sorry, it's 8 bytes, yeah, it's 8 bytes. Since they can be pushed now, do I have to always check the tile I'm on and then target the next tile that I have to go to? Or target a tile? So like, I think what's gonna happen now, maybe you guys can follow along. I think I'm scared what's gonna happen now is, let's say I have an enemy. Like a lot of enemies here. And then, I don't know, lock this, it's annoying. And then this enemy right here gets pushed to this tile somehow. And this tile has a shorter path to go in this direction. But since this enemy had this tile targeted, and this tile was targeting this tile, this enemy still goes this way. You see what I mean? Can we get into a situation where this enemy gets pushed so far away because other enemies block each other that their direction is through an obstacle? Like, maybe it's easier to understand this when we take a look at this here. Let's say we have a lot of enemies that are all in this scenario here. They all want to get like down here in this position. Well, they all want to go here. And then this enemy gets pushed towards this block. Shouldn't the enemy no longer try to go here? Sorry, trying to get the hotkeys correct. It's a bit annoying. Like the enemy would still go through this, through the bush to get to 15. But shouldn't the enemy now realize that it's been pushed and go here first? Know what I mean? I still don't know why you're using a tile-based system. What you mean, tile-based system? Of course you need to use a tile-based system. Your flow field velocity deals with that, correct? Well, I can store a direction on each tile. That's possible. I could even store a vector 2 direction on each tile. And then the enemy just reads that direction. But if I'm being pushed, like guys, the thing is that, again, let's start small. This tile, okay, this tile right here, targets tile 16. Okay, and so the direction is this tile. That's essentially, it's normalized towards this tile. If an enemy along the way to the tile gets pushed somewhere else, shouldn't it then try to find a new proper tile? Let's say this enemy, it goes along this way, but then it keeps getting stalled. Because when I'm in this tile, I move towards this tile right here. I shouldn't really take, or is it, do I take a look at my tile every step of the way? Okay, so once sorry, I'm trying to get this properly. Once I'm here, if the enemy is in this tile, I take a look at the tile again and then move to the next target tile. I think the target tile then would always be different, because for 20 it's probably 14, then I would target this tile all of a sudden. So I would never arrive at my destination. So when do I know that I got pushed out of my tile? I need to, like, guys, it could be that there's an obstacle here somewhere, right? Let's say there's an obstacle here, and my enemy gets pushed here or something. Along the way, the enemy gets pushed out because there's so many enemies. Now we are here behind this obstacle. I can't go in a straight line to 16. I have to go around. I have to go here, kinda. You're not moving a tile by tile? I'm not. Then it grab a wanted / move direction every few ticks from the tile underneath. Yeah, well, I did that, but then enemies start walking along the edges of the tiles. Like for example, an enemy could be entering a tile here, and the direction towards the next tile is 18. So it is, I suppose the target tile is here, and then it, like, if the target tile is 18, that's the target tile from 20. And that is the position inside 18 that you're targeting. Then I'd literally go through a block tile. As long as I don't have collision with that tile. Because with this system, enemies can enter the tile at any point. Now, I could add collision detection with tiles to make the enemy slide along the tile while it's trying to get to 18. Right? So an enemy is trying to go to 18. And it goes into the tile. It gets pushed outside. And also, let's say we store a direction or a velocity, right? We just store a velocity and we grab the direction from the tile that you need to go, right? Let's say each tile has a direction. Right? Let's say each tile has some sort of direction on where to go. And we grab that from the tile. Let's say my push direction is, or my current direction of the enemy in this scenario. Let's say this is a blocked tile, right? Let's say that's blocked. The enemy's direction right now is the green one, the green arrow. The tile here says that I'm supposed to go to the left. So we have a situation where that's my direction. The tile says this is the direction. Now, when adding these together, how do I weight these two? If that is my direction, and let's say we could even say that green, the green direction, could be a longer direction, right? It could just be a longer arrow. Because we're being pushed. How do I add this direction to it? How do I do a plus with the other direction? How much do I weight this and do I normalize these together or not? I mean, let's just try the push, right? And then an enemy, we have the push. And we could say plus equals, a neighbor plus equals. The problem with this is though, that we need to get rid of the push. Every frame we need to take away from the push. Otherwise it just pushes them. Enemy, position plus direction plus enemy.push multiplied by the move distance. So now push is inside of this. And enemy.push needs to diminish each time. We want that to be 0, and by how much do we decrease it? I don't even know. What if it's negative? Can I approach 0 at all times using a positive value? I don't even know, because push could be anything. Okay, so this is approaching it. This is basically making push less effective. Let's just test how that works. Doesn't coding suck up all the energy from your brain? What do you eat or drink to stop your brain from drying up? I eat fast a lot actually, and I'm eating a lot of fatty meals, something like this. And then in the evening I eat whatever. Alright, let's see. Where's this enemy coming from? Where did they come from? Oh my god! It's pushing them! Like crazy! What? Aha! Every time they collide! I mean, they don't collide with each other now. That's funny. Hey, they stopped walking in the wrong... Hey! Wait, stop! Stop it! The liver produces glucose. Your liver produces enough for the brain. Huh? Let's test. 0-0. So this guy's not pushed at all. Nice. I don't know where he's going, but he's going somewhere. Okay, so it's obviously the push is getting resolved quite fast, but it's a big push. Okay. So that's what I mean, guys. I think we need to normalize something. That's what I've been trying to tell you. And for some reason, they never walk to 0. They don't try to walk to 1. Why? If their push is 0... What's your knockback decay? Well, it's quite fast to each frame. So it'll be instant. It'll just be 1 frame, it looks like. I don't know why the direction changes for them, because it shouldn't. Maybe I have an error somewhere? No, I don't see it. Hello, Nix, how you doing? So, that's your direction. It's a bit odd. I don't know, it looks like they... It's too much text, I can't see. It's too many enemies. I mean, they have a direction they go in, but they never reach their destination tiles. I think that's the issue. They never actually reach their destination tiles. That's the problem. You should have the push. Sure, but... Bitrate tanking, yeah. I mean, it's natural. It's a lot of stuff happening. Guys, I need to pick up Zoe soon. I have a couple more minutes, then we get a small break. You guys can already tell me what you want to watch while I'm gone. If there's something you want to watch. I'd rather you watch something from my channel, though, from my YouTube. That is up to you what you want to watch. Just want to let you guys know that we are currently working on this channel. I have someone helping me with the videos there. That's where I will be uploading the Dark Souls and Gothic stuff and other bigger games that don't really fit into the what is it called? That don't really fit into the category of indie game or game development. So if you guys wanna check out the channel, this is where I'll be posting the gameplay stuff for those of you who are interested in that. There's a couple of you, I know that most of you are joining, are interested in the C++ journey and game development journey. And so we are splitting this for now to see if you guys like it this way. If not, then I'll post this stuff on the main channel again. This is an experiment. We'll just see how it goes. Just so you guys know. There will also be other videos on this channel. I do not like making promises, you guys know that. But there will be promises. There will be videos like I did with Diablo. You know, why Diablo's like basically where I talk my opinion on games that I play or on new game releases that I've tested out, stuff like that. Because I really like talking about games, and that's what I want to do. So this will be more about gaming. Anyways, just wanted to let you guys know. And so you guys, if you have any idea what you want to watch when I'm gone in a sec, let me know, okay? Hello there, Seiko. How are you doing? So what am I doing wrong? What is the problem? So now that I'm pushing, okay, I can half the push, but that would still result in an issue. It would still result like, okay, push direction. I could say push direction divided by 2. It doesn't really matter. It will still be too much push. Watch. See, like it still pushes them. And I really need to stop drawing these, like, 'cause it's just crazy. Like it pushes them too much, right? It's still push. Still some push stuff happening. So you're not changing the objective force. Yeah, so basically I'm pushing an enemy away. I need to change where they go. So that's what I've been trying to talk about the entire time, but people just do not. Either they don't listen, and they just, or they want to see me suffer, because they only talk about half the information. Okay, I've been drawing, guys. I have been drawing lines the entire time. Okay, if an enemy moves in this direction and then he gets pushed in this direction, what do I do? Do I merge these two together, normalize it again, and then the actual movement they go in is this? Or do I store these separately? But now that I have these two separately, how do I plus them together? Do I use a weight or something? Because I just did it the way you guys told me to, and the enemies are teleporting away from each other. So it's obviously not correct. Oh, so now I'm supposed to normalize. If I normalize, I have to normalize every single frame. It looks good though, smiley face. Yeah, okay, I mean, that's true. Sure, let's normalize it. I can cage him in, lol. Looks kind of funny. You realize the difficulty of this kind of thing now. Finding the shortest path is the easy part. Making group movements look nice is the tough part. Aha! So that's the big issue. But normalize every frame is not a big deal. If you do it for thousands and thousands of enemies, it becomes a big deal though. Every frame, it becomes a big deal. I fixed yesterday's issue, yeah. Guys, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but they are billions. If you mean to tell me that a normalization on every... why is there only terrible screenshots of this game? It makes me so freaking mad. It makes me... it literally boils the blood in me. Why is there no good screenshots of this game and they all have like... if you have that many enemies, you mean to tell me that a normalization every frame is not a big deal? Well, let's Google this. $20 to 60 population of enemies. Computers are fast. Oh yeah, okay. And so then in the future, I'm sitting there revisiting this code. I think I need to do times delta time to make this dependent on delta time. Or if I don't do that, then I need to fix the time step. Otherwise, the more frames you have, the faster the push goes away. One of the two. You're working? Yes, I'm working on a new game, Phyllis. You have been here yesterday. I answered this question. I answer this question every day. You should know that. It's more important how you store the data. What do you mean by that now? Like, people are talking in riddles. What do you mean by that? Now you're giving me anxiety about my data storage. I hate it. See, like, that's what I've been trying to say all the time. If I store a velocity on an enemy, and then I push an enemy in the other direction, the resulting velocity is this velocity. Now the next frame, I grab a direction from a tile and I need to add those together again. Well, now I'm moving in this way. If I value these at 50-50, if this is 50% strength every time I do an operation. Or do I take the direction I need to move in and I grab the tile direction at 40% strength or 20% strength? I think the tile direction should be a 60% strength. This is the move direction and forces to recalculate every tick in my prototype. Yeah, this is time for me to leave. I hate this guy. Yeah, I hate this guy. This guy is just casually... Yeah, just stop. Yeah, okay. What do you guys want to watch? What do you guys want to watch? Yeah, he had to do it. Of course! He had to do it. Guys, what do you want to watch? Do you want to watch me playing Gothic Remake? Do you guys want to watch well, this could be something we could watch. You could say I could show you this. It's 3 hours long. That's definitely, I'll be back at that time. What do you guys want to watch? New reacts. I cannot do a react while I'm gone picking up Zoe from kindergarten. How can I now? Because I'm not here. Yes, Philos. If I didn't have to leave, I didn't ask you guys. Let's watch Gothic Remake. You guys wanna watch Gothic Remake? I'll send... guys, I'll just let you watch this. It'll take me an hour minimum. Gothic? It's interesting, there's quite a few people on YouTube that say Gothic. Very interesting. Click it, this. Ping on Discord when you're back. Sure, I can do an everyone. At everyone thing. Or at... I'll do at everyone because I don't know the other one. I'm wasting my time. Just pick something, you know. It doesn't really matter. I'll do this. Alright, guys. I will see you in about an hour. For me, for my game, I have two methods. It returns the seek and the separation. First, it gets stored into a final velocity, then added to the enemy velocity. The separation force is really low, so enemies push. Make the separation force really low. At least in my game, it's not an issue. I had thousands on screen at once before 1 FPS. Well, 30,000 seem to be possible. I don't know how that's possible. I'm pretty sure at 30,000 my enemies would just die. We could, guys, you know what? I'll spawn 10,000 enemies when I come back, okay? I will spawn 10,000 enemies and see how much FPS I have, and then we'll optimize that, okay? When I come back. Because it shouldn't be... Well, I need to do a chunking system at that point too. But yeah, 10k when I come back. Stream crash? No, it's fine. Oh, I was like, why do I have a camera background? Well, because lol. Alright guys, see you in about an hour. Okay, I'm looking. Oh mein Gott.
45, das stimmt, 205.
Stop.
Wow, God, wow. Du hast es geschafft. Du hast es geschafft.
This was the time when I went to my wife. I called my girl and I said, 6 months, baby. 6 months. How many of you have a power fantasy about being an orange? 700. 2 years. 700 wish list. How many of you want to be a powerful orange? Hey, this is wrong. Let's double down. Yeah, that was so bad. And I told myself that if this version, the feedback button here, the wishlist button here, and this global skill tree, if this game cannot give me any wishlists and doesn't do well in Steam Next Fest, then I don't see a future. So, and then let's say I have 100 and I power that by 2. So essentially, that's 10,000. Okay, and then 100 times 100 by It's still
making
10,000.
a Vulkan engine. Those of you who remember,
Guys,
essentially what
it
I did
makes
was I
absolutely
followed
no
this Vulkan
difference.
tutorial.
One
I followed this website right here, which is essentially the introduction to Vulkan. You can see a nice overview here where they explain the different steps, and then at the very end, when you go through all of these different whatever you call them, tasks, at the end, and this goes into great detail and explains a lot about how graphics programming works. It's a lot of code because, you know, it's Vulkan. It's Vulkan. But it is very awesome to you know, go through this for the first time, because this helps a lot with understanding how the graphics card works and essentially how stuff is drawn, because everything essentially is a vertex, right? Even 2D games, they're all consisting of vertices, and then these build quads together and stuff like that. And so yeah, at the end of this tutorial, you're left with, let me see here, I think here, somewhat at the end, you're left with something like this, where it's a little bit more like multi-sampling. You're left with essentially just a nice looking image inside a window. And then going off of this, I essentially made a little game, a Pong clone. Looks terrible, right? I drew... This was essentially the first image I drew. And then I took some grass picture of the internet. And you can see here that in the console, I was tracking relative mouse movement events and stuff like that. Mouse movement event. That is taken... At the time, I was watching a lot of the Cherno on YouTube. That is taken from the Cherno, where he had like this... For those of you who watched it, no, but not many have probably. Like he described it as the different layers of an application. I don't know, the first layer might be the UI layer, and then underneath that you have the game layer, and then underneath that you have the platform layer, and whatever, right? And so each layer would decide whether to do something with an event or not, right? And so every single thing that the game could do, like input into the window, is an event that traverses down this layer stack. I mean, it's generic, it can work. I found it really complicated, but yeah, that's essentially how that worked. And then I took this game right here. Essentially, all you do is like you use WASD, and then you move along and try to beat the other guy by, you know, it's like tactically moving this. Like, look, I can change direction of the ball, and shit. I mean, yeah. So I've gotten a bit rusty. Essentially, that is the Gothic. Yeah, that is an optimistic first. Yeah. Those of you who know me know that I love Gothic, so I always named the windows Gothic. Gothic 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. And yeah, so essentially this was the first time of me learning how to do anything. It has basic stuff like text rendering, drawing quads, drawing textures. And yeah, that was essentially the base for the very first version of my game, which essentially looked like this. And I gotta, you know, mute the sound because it's really loud. And obviously there is no... there's no... no sound options. But essentially what you could do here is move around with a character. And they are the enemies right here. They would loop in terms of waypoints. And when they collide with you, they would try to attack you, right? So that was the most basic thing of the tower defense games, where if you compare this with now, these are the enemies. They start attacking you when they get close to you. And if you're outside of their range, they do nothing, right? And you can see here that this was the very first time that I did pixel art, because these sprites... they are very blurry, and the reason why they are blurry is because I use linear filtering. For those of you who know what that is, it's like I didn't know what any of these terms meant at all. Linear filtering, point sampling, stuff like that made absolutely no sense to me. It looks really bad, yeah.
And yes, that's essentially the very first version that I almost started streaming with. This was 2021 in October. I started off of this concept and started streaming, making the game on Twitch. I don't know if anyone has actually seen this, because back then I had like 1 or 2 viewers, barely anyone. So obviously not many will remember this at all. But that's essentially the very first version, and I was really proud because before then I could never really move with stuff, and you know, I gotta say, like, it functions really well. And this is all, by the way, this is running under Vulkan. Keep that in mind, right? So we can look at some of the code later, but you just need like 2,000 lines of code just to, you know, have some decent game. And so yeah, based on that little game, I started to obviously go and make the game better. And you can see here that I actually went ahead and took a look at the commits. In August 12, 2021, chat. This is the time. This is the date when all started. Good times, guys. Good times. That was times, chat. So long ago. There was pre-AI, true pre-AI. And you can see here that from August, everything in the beginning was just trying to get the game into the shape of a game. Essentially, I tried to build something like a framework that would allow me to make games. You know, working on Windows File I/O, error-free, almost error-free, removing dependency of game from renderer. Basically, and this is the stuff that people talk about when it comes to should you make a game or an engine. You're going to be working a lot on these different tasks that mean nothing to anyone that works in Unity, but you still have to do this. You also have to change comments here. Working on turning renderer age into a class, VK renderer, and all of this stuff is busy work that takes away from making the game. You can see here by September, I was still working on the renderer, right? And all of this stuff took so long to get going into a, let's say, decent. It's not even decent. It was terrible. Into somewhat of an I mean, into a shape. Okay, let's call it a shape. Okay, it was something. Okay, based on how much I could do at the time, right? And so basically, that's what the game looked like. And I don't even think I can. Oh, actually, I can resize the window. So you can see here that I can move. I can still move around, but I have different sprites, and I can also now spawn units. Right, so, and I don't know why this flickers, by the way. Don't ask me, okay? So, it's an old version, right? And so this is also when I learned to do UI and text rendering. Take a look at all of these. And by the way, you think this is static? Look at that. The health bar. It goes up and down because I can improve it, increase and decrease it. These are input fields. Oh yeah. Do you see that, chat? Oh yeah, text rendering and input fields. Here, yeah, look, this guy has 200 damage. He one-shots everyone. Very nice. Synchronization issue? Hey, it could be anything. Like, they look at this, they disappear too. I don't know what happens, you know. It's been a long time. But yeah, that's essentially somewhat of the very... Did I have a tactics menu here already? Let's see. T? No. Anyways, like... it is, yeah, it was a game, let's say that. Looked terrible. And mind you, right, this, mind you, is like 3 months in. Imagine, guys, imagine you boot up Unity and 3 months later you have this. You would be ashamed, right? But that's essentially what you have to go through. If you make an engine, and especially in Vulkan, and you've never done this before, these circuits, for example, I had to create a shader to create these circles. And I gotta be honest, I think they look really nice. but stuff like this takes a long time. And then in Unity, you just have the circle checkbox, right, chat? Alright, chat, you just have the circle checkbox, and then you put the checkbox in there, and then you do your ticket, and it's like circle. And then you make it transparent, give it a different color, and you move on to the next task. 2 minutes. Oh, default sprite. Yeah. Very nice. Yeah. So essentially that was it. Nothing more to see here. You can, I guess I can move the waypoints, you know. I can make them move here. And these are supposed to be the waypoints. But yeah. This, by the way, chat. This was the time when I went to my wife. I quit my job and I said, 6 months, baby. 6 months. You would have done the same, right, chat? I watched a lot of Handmade Hero and Jonathan Blow back in the day, and I was like, if these guys can do it, I can do it too, you know, because I have the experience. Oh, man. The ego, yeah. The ego. Anyways, hey, but it is how it is. Shortly after that, not even in 2020, we're still talking 2021 here, I started to actually improve the art in my game. That's when I used GIMP for the first time, and I had a mental breakdown, but at the same time, I also created something that looked like this right here. This was essentially the very first version that was my own art and pixel art at the same time. So essentially this right here was the idea that I had now had enemies following waypoints, and I knew that I wanted to place units somewhere. So I needed to find a way to make, essentially, is it... Are you spawning? Excuse me. I needed to find a way to easily make backgrounds. And so then I decided, well, why not bake the backgrounds as like a simple sprite? That would be the most efficient, because I essentially just draw one quad for the background, and then I make the units placeable in some sort of area where they can be placed. And so that's what I did, but it looked terrible. And so I started learning pixel art. You could see right here. That is the first pixel art sprite that I ever drew. Does anyone remember this sprite actually? Yeah, it's supposed to be a cookie because it has these crumbs in here, the chocolate crumbs. And it's supposed to look cool because of the sunglasses, because sunglasses look cool. I do. How do you guys remember that? You guys are lying. There's no way you guys remember this. No way. Let me check real quick on why this the enemies don't spawn, because I think they should spawn here. It's fine if they don't. But essentially, that was the very first version with my own art. And then I started pivoting to pixel art. I knew that this didn't look good enough, and I wanted a bit more. So that's when I started to get into art myself. So very early on, in December of 2021, I started learning pixel art and improving the game. And this is the result. You know, it's like, I have a little level editor right here. I have a couple of waypoints, you know, that you can move around. The enemies follow these waypoints. Very nice. Juicy. And yeah, then I can also change the color of these trees. Look at that. And since this is Vulcan, they were all following essentially the same material. If I change this tree right here, then all of the trees with the same material get changed their color. And I was really proud of this, because that was essentially the very first, my very first own pixel art map. And it actually does work. There's enemies running here. And I don't think I can place units yet, but yeah. And you can see here that I also started working on a little bit of UI. Added in, you know, some numbers and text. And by the way, this right here, the font that you see, I drew that font myself. The entire font is done by me. And it looks dementsprechend terrible. No, I drew it out of my... I didn't trace anything. I actually drew that all by myself. Yeah. Took a long time. I cannot recommend this at all. Don't do it, chat. You're wasting your time. And it looks bad in the end. Time well spent? What did this guy say? No way, there's no way this... And by the way, now that I see this, right? If I look at the editor here, the shadow is completely wrong. The shadow is behind the tree. Like it's laying on the floor. You see that? Hey, it was the first tree I ever drew. Or the second tree. The first tree was worse. And yeah, there's also this cool little editor right here where I can add spawns to the level and then give them different numbers, sort them, and then, you know, let them run. Uh-oh. Yeah, anyways, looks nice, but I realized pretty quickly that this is not the way forward, because believe it or not, chat, drawing this map or the background with the road took me like 5 hours. 5 hours to draw a map background. And that was way too much work. And it looks terrible. It is heavily inspired by Stardew Valley Grass. How? Because I was bad. I was terrible. This is the first time I ever made pixel art. I've seen it. No, listen. I drew every single pixel myself, okay? I might have copied a couple pixels here for the grass. But the road... Let me tell you, the amount of time and effort I spent on the road was astronomical, okay? Because you have to make sure that it looks like grass and also add some shading. And I did a terrible job, so I had to redo this a bunch of times until I learned that how grass could potentially look like. But now taking a look at it, it doesn't even look like grass anymore. It looks like, I don't know. I mean, it does look a little like grass, yeah, if you squint your eyes. But, bruh. So yeah, anyways. But you can see here, for those of you who know the editor on my game, this is essentially the very first version of the editor that I had in the game. I can't delete anything, but I can move stuff around. And you know how vital this was later down the line in the development. And I already had this 4 years ago, because even back then, being as terrible as I was with making games, I knew that this would be important, because using tiles to place down stuff was just not feasible at all. It took way too long. And just being able to move this stuff around super quickly is a godsend. I can heavily recommend this. Even in this state where it looks terrible, it is really good to be able to just, you know, place down some foliage or some other stuff and move them around. Type in chat how, on a scale of 1 to 10, how does this look? How is this a 3? 7? Okay, you're lying. Ah, okay, so if he is lying, he says 9. Yeah, you guys are lying. Okay, there's a bunch of liars in chat. I think this is at most a 1. At most. For the effort. 4? Hey, you push it, bruh. I would give it a second look. Hey, it's definitely not nothing. That's true, yeah. But this bar at the bottom, for example, terrible. This is still a... I think this was a GIMP bar. So terrible, really bad. Looks like a forum post from a very eager kid learning Game Maker. Yeah, something like that, right? But yeah, by this time I was making this game for about 5 months. 4 to 5 months. So, yeah. This is when I started to go and in the next month, this is January 2021, this is when I improve, chat. What do you guys expect the next going to be, huh? What do you expect? Was this full time? Somewhat, yeah. Not much. Towers? That's the next thing. That is 1 month later. Let me tell you, chat, I was really proud of this. Oh yeah. That is January 2022. 4 years ago. Stardew palette. My own color palette. Stardew Valley inspired. I drew every single thing myself, though. I drew everything myself. I did not take anything from him. The only thing that I tried to learn from him was how are these leaves shaded and drawn, the shape of these leaves, stuff like that. Yeah, it was like Stardew Valley, yeah. And essentially what you could do here, this was the very first version where is he placed here though? You shouldn't be placed here. You should be here. They could attack me, I could attack them back. And we had essentially the version that you have today, where the enemies can be blocked. But the limitation here is that you can only place units on certain spots on the map. This was actually a really good version that I should have continued. And what I missed the most from this is the placement slots. The positions on the map where you can place your units and basically make sure that, what is it called? You can place your units and they can only go there, essentially. And then you have to make sure, or you have to think about, well, where do I place my towers? Where's the best way? Because you can see here, some of them go to the right, some of them go to the left. If you place them, this guy here, then he might have too many that he needs to block and he won't be able to survive. Stuff like that. And I think I also had a healer, but I don't know if the healer was able to heal yet. But yeah, that was essentially the very first level that I did. Why does everything have teeth? Because the only thing... Yeah, then thank you for playing, right? This, by the way... I mean, it's not a minimum viable product at this point. But let's say... Because you don't have upgrades for the towers. But this was essentially the very first game that I made. One level. Let's see, can you actually heal? No, so this one doesn't even heal. Yeah, like he does heal. Wait, do I have a tactics menu? Oh, I see. We have a tactics menu. And then over here, you have a health threshold. Wait, health threshold. Heal ability, when that's essentially what I was trying to do back then. I wanted to be able to program my party to be able to do all of these different things that you could do in Dragon Age Origins. Like, for example, oh, one guy is stunned. Use the stun potion or the powder to cure the stun effect on him so he can keep going. Or another guy is chilled. Use the cleanse ability on him whenever some ally in your range is chilled. And so I wanted to have like all of these different, how do you call them? Conditions where the action would be something that you do based on the condition. But this menu was really complicated. This was the very first version of it, but it turned out to be way too difficult for anyone to understand. Did you put this on Edge? This, yes, but a more advanced version. Because this, like, you do something wrong here, bro, the entire game breaks. This is also when I started to learn about Bezier curves. You see right here, like the paths are no longer just dots. They are now actual curves. The enemies follow along to make this a little smoother. And that was a really good decision. I can heavily recommend Bezier curves for any pathing in tower defense games. I still use this to this day. And I had this 4 years ago, which is like insane, chat. Like, this was 4 years ago, chat. 4 years ago, I already had, yeah, basically the enemy pathing locked in. 2022, yeah. Really cool. So yeah, but other than this, there was not much else. I didn't have any upgrades. I could literally just place towers. That's all I could do. Nothing more. And there was no indication, like for example, you have these unit points at the bottom here. There's no indication at all on whether I could place a unit or not. They don't gray out, nothing. And then you also have speed up as well, 2 times speed. And then, yeah, you can just win. That's essentially the very first version. Very proud of this. And I'm happy that I have this now. Back to show people whenever they ask, right? And again, the editor is still the same, right? You can move things around. I think you can... No, you can still not delete stuff, which kind of sucks. And for those of you who are wondering, how does this work? I think this is a good time where I could show some code because it's really bad. So this is essentially the code for this game that we saw here. And I wanted to show you how I had set up the game. One thing that most people want to see is the Vulkan renderer. The Vulkan renderer was, and don't pay attention to these issues here. This is just the IDE. But the Vulkan renderer was just... There was so much stuff going on where you literally have to calculate sizes for textures, and you have to do so much stuff. And all of these functions, right? VK copy to buffer. I had to write these. Right, you do a mem copy to a staging buffer, then you do a memory range, you flush that range, you do a copy command, you allocate a buffer to record commands, then you begin a command. It is so much freaking work just to... And by the way, all of this work, command copy, and then a memory barrier... Then you do a pipeline barrier. Oh my god. And all of this stuff just to upload data to a texture. GL texture image. One command, all of this stuff. You need to know all of these bits. You need to know Q families. And you need to know this, these masks here, access you want to read. It is... Bro, it is insane. And then you basically, you also have a fence. Oh. Bro. So all of this stuff, right? To just upload to a buffer. It was insanity, I'm telling you guys. And so I had to abstract these out into functions, but I also had to learn about this. And this is, by the way, guys, the time you spend learning that does not make you a better game developer. All you do is just write some dumbass code that no one is ever going to see ever again in their lives. Okay? And especially not a single gamer is going to see that. But yeah, the entire renderer is an easy, 2,000 lines of code or something like that. It's a couple of lines of code, you know, it's like namespace cakes, yeah. See guys, I told you I was using namespaces. Okay? Yeah. I was using namespaces, okay? Just letting you know that. This is when I already had the entity struct. But I can tell you that I also had classes. Yeah. I don't remember which one it was, but I definitely had some classes. Nothing wrong. Only 2,000 minus 3.5k already. Well, that's 2k in the renderer with abstracted functions, you know? So, for example, vk create is another big function thing. That is also another 400. And then we have VK initializers, which is another 600. And then we have shader util, which is not that large. It's another 2. Hey, it's just... Oh, VK util, or utility functions for Vulkan. Yeah. 300. Yeah, anyways. Bruh. So I don't want to go too much into the code. Let me just tell you that I'm surprised the games still work. Let's say that. So now that I have the executables, let's hope that this will stay the same forever. But yeah, still proud of this result. This was 2022, January. And yeah, I changed drawing backgrounds by hand to essentially having a tile set. This is the tile set, my very first tile set ever made. And it was heavily inspired by Stardew Valley because I really liked the way the game looked. Or I still like the game way Stardew Valley looks. So obviously it was inspired by him. Anyways, so starting from this point here, I knew I had something like a game. This was essentially the very first game that I had. And I wanted to make a prototype out of this, where I get everything into this, so the gameplay loop is visible. And that's essentially the next thing that I did. Looks pretty much the same in the main menu, but we now have different buttons. And by the way, this is, again, about a month later, so February 2022. And you could see here that I had some options, finally. Very nice, right, chat? Options, the very important, most important thing. And here's something that was insanely confusing at the time. You can see all of the different classes that are still in the game to this day. Mage, Defender, Healer, Archer and Healer. But I had this weird thing where you build a team like in, what is it called? Like in Darkest Dungeon. You have to click this hero and then put him into your team. Otherwise, you cannot spawn him in the level. That was really bad. So if I put him out of the team and I play a map, then he's not in the list of heroes that... Actually, can I make this big? Oh, F11? Let's just not look at that, okay? Let's look at the editor. The editor is a bit broken, you know, in this version. And so, yeah, I essentially went ahead and tried to make a very first game or gameplay loop. You can see here that there's skills. The UI looks a lot better now. And, yeah, you can play. And then this guy has arrows shooting. Finally, you know, this, by the way, this arrow curve that you see here took me a week to get right. This right here. It's crazy. You have flying enemies as well. And yeah, this essentially the first or the important thing here is that the units can now level up. The higher level they are, the more damage they do and the more health they have as well. We can see here that when we win this level, they get a level up. And then when you click this level up, you could choose a skill. And by this point, I only had 2 skills in the game. One of them was, I think he gets gold when he attacks. Like, the description is wrong, but this was gold when you attack. And then this one was attack speed with a cooldown of 60 seconds. Essentially, from the very beginning, I wanted to have these abilities in the game that are now the abilities on the items. And I wanted to be able to put the abilities on these units. That was the idea. And then, yeah, this level was not completed yet. That was level 2. I didn't design this at this point at all. And I think you can't even put anything here. So yeah, there's nothing much to show here. But yeah, I was starting to essentially build what would be the very first demo version that I would upload to itch.io. At this point, I was talking about my very first demo version. And I think looking back now, would you guys say that when you start your first game and 6 months later you upload a demo version to itch.io, would you say that's fast? Keep in mind the very first game. Like, I never had made any games before this. Slow? Yes? Very? It's fast? Keep in mind that at this point, we are talking February 2022. And the next step is the itch.io demo, the very first version on itch.io. I think the level up screen is cool. Yeah, I like the level up screen a lot too. That was one of my favorite screens. Even if you use an engine, that would be fast. By the way, oh, this is again different materials, isn't it? Look at that. Blue tree chat. Ooh. I had definitely improved a little bit in pixel art, but you can still see that there. The problem that I saw at this point with my game was that it was a little too convoluted. For example, here, when I place a defender, you couldn't really tell much what's going on, right? It was just a lot of mumbo jumbo. There was no clear separation between what's happening. A big reason for that is also because the enemies were the same color, but there was no real separation between the enemies and the units. And so it just looked like everything was the same. But one big problem that I had at this point is that all the assets I had were DDS files. Every single sprite you see in the game was an allocation in Vulkan, a texture in Vulkan. Because at this point in time, I didn't know what a texture atlas was. I have never heard about that at all. And for 6 months, I just made new images in Sprite. I would turn these images into DDS files, and then I would load these DDS files into the engine. And the bad part about this was even worse than you think. Now, obviously, I just have a texture atlas. And the sprite in the game, I draw a portion in the texture atlas. This one is 64 by 64. So I draw at an offset and a size of 64 by 64. I supply that to the shader. In that Vulkan engine that I had to do, I built this terrible asset system that looked something like this. In Source, I had assets and an asset builder, which would take the DDS files and then write them into an asset pack. And then the asset pack was essentially, let's see, get asset, where's the implementation for that? It would fill in this structure right here, where an asset was just size and a byte offset and a type. And so I would just write this giant asset file every time I added a new sprite into this asset pack binary file. I would open the binary file. I would read 120 bytes. I would get that back into the renderer, and then I would upload that to the GPU. It was just insanity, bro. Like, for anyone that understood what I just said, that was terrible. 120 bytes, it was an example, bro. It was an example. Hey, I don't know how much. Let's see, the background DDS file, how much is it? 500 kilobytes. So yeah, and I would do this for all of these images. And essentially, for those of you who understand this, I should not have done this at all. I should have just built an asset, a texture atlas. One big sprite with all of the stuff inside of it. With all of the pictures inside of it. And then do one allocation. You keep the star on the wrong side. No, you're wrong. The star is on the left. Always. Oh, here. Yeah, no, that is correct. That's supposed to be here. You're correct. Yeah. So, yeah, no, that was... I changed my stance on this. That was old Cakez, okay? He was wrong. Yeah. So, yeah, essentially, that was then from here on, I wanted to really build the first demo version. And people told me, I didn't know about it at the time, but people told me that itch.io is a great place to upload demo versions. And so I started working towards that next. This next version right here. I went ahead and made the menu look a little bit cooler. I drew a couple more trees. Made it seem like... and this was essentially the same idea that the world map is in now. You start out with your nice little base to the bottom. And then you get to this evil castle on the top right. That gradient background is sexy. Yeah, that was a sprite. I didn't do anything. So yeah, that's essentially when I started implementing different levels. And so you can see here that the reason why I took this as the next thing to look at is because this right here should have been my minimum viable product. For those of you who don't know what that means, is you build a gameplay loop and you make 1, 2, maybe a couple levels, not too many, and you try to get the idea across with as little effort as possible. Then you get the game into the hands of players and you ask them for feedback and you look at how long they play. That right here should have been the minimum viable product. Let me see if I do have F11. I don't. I don't have toggle full screen at all. So we have to stick with this. But you can see here that I already have different types of maps. And I still stuck to the same idea of placing units into only certain spots. But I reworked the UI. You can see here that I started learning a lot more about pixel art. I took away the bottom bar because it was taking away too much space. If you think about it, we can compare these two. The previous version right here, when you play, the bar at the bottom, there's not enough vertical space to fit this into the screen at all. That's why I had this button to get rid of it, because it would take away too much space. And so I started learning. This was essentially the time when I got into learning how to do UI. And by the way, that's still something that I'm learning a lot. But the very first change that I did was, okay, well, we need to put the bar to the right, because if we don't, then to the bottom we don't have enough space. I can't really design levels. And yeah, that was essentially the minimum viable product that I should have put onto itch.io, which, by the way, at this point we are talking April. So 1 month before May, April 2024, that is not even a year in development, and I'm already ready. At this point, I'm already ready to upload this to itch.io, and I should have done it, but I didn't, right? I did not upload it at this time, but I should have, because you can see here that we have abilities, killing units, awards and unit point. This unit costs 50% less, and then he also has lighting damage on hit, which is a cooldown. But you can see here that I did some awful decisions. Using an ability cost money. I don't know what you guys think about that, but I think that's dumb. So yeah, anyways, that should have been the minimum viable product. And essentially the way the game worked was like this. You place a unit down, and then you obviously wait for the enemies to come. And while you wait, you get money. And then when you have enough money, you can place another unit. And then, you know, this was the cool part about the game. The tactics menu meant that the units could activate their abilities on their own based on certain conditions. Like, for example, you can see here that this gives me 2 shots. He can attack 2 units at the same time. And that was the cool part about the game that I really wanted to get across, which is powerful upgrades, much more so than let's say in other games where and you know, like firing 2 arrows isn't the most crazy idea, but you can see here that it just crashed. It just crashed. No, I mean, obviously this is just you know, some happens, you know, because this was not released anywhere, so obviously it's gonna crash, of course. Yeah, But you get the idea. And then the same thing was like, how did you get these abilities? The idea was actually, can I click this? Okay, I can click this. Good to know. This guy here. Oh my god, did you see that? He just attacked everyone. Really cool. Very nice. Yeah, so you already saw the power in, you know, what was possible here. Too easy. Too easy, chat. Too good at my own game. Very nice. Let's place this guy here. Let's place the mage here. Oh my god, this guy... Damn, look at them explosions, bruh. Holy, they have no chance. Oh, do I already have transparency in the game? I think I do. Very nice. Damn. I don't know what these numbers mean. I think this is just their IDs, attack IDs or something. I wonder how long this goes. How much did I script here? We done? Yeah. And so basically that was the same, right? Once you beat a mission, you can then level up. And at this point, I had a lot more skills to choose from. You could always reinvest if you wanted to. So for example, if I accidentally got increased damage, I could reset and say, no, actually I wanted to have radius. But only in this menu. Once you confirm, it's locked in. And yeah, that was essentially the idea. And I think it wasn't too bad. This could have been, if implemented correctly, again, the biggest problem of this version is not that you can add abilities to units. It's more so how you do it. You have all of these menus and there's no clear connection between unit and abilities. And once a unit has an ability, it's not obvious where that ability is. You can't really see it very well. And so at this point, I was struggling a lot with visualizing the different gameplay mechanics and making it clear to the player what they can do and how they can achieve this. Because, for example, certain abilities would only unlock, let's see, yeah, certain abilities or skills would only unlock if you already had trained one. You can see here that once you get this cost reduction, you can also get killing units towards a unit point, right? And so these things would essentially trigger new abilities that could be unlocked. You know, for example, once you get cold damage, you can get the freeze chance, and then you can get the ice wave, right? And you don't have ice wave if you don't get it. So there's like this hidden mechanic of uncovering certain abilities. That's essentially what I wanted to do, which I think that was really cool. I had a lot of fun with that. However, yeah, the players did not understand that too much. More content than Tangy TD? No, because we get to it, but this version had a lot of issues. But yeah, 3 levels. That's what I should have put on itch. But I went a step further, and so this is then almost a full year after I started working on Tangy TD. This is the version that I put on itch.io. And so essentially what I did was I made a page on itch.io. I put up a couple of screenshots and then uploaded it. The very first version was June 2022. Right here. And then a lot of you guys, I'll buy the game on Steam. I'm a big TD lover. And a lot of you guys... Oh, this guy got purged. Interesting. Thank you, will do. Finally getting back to gameplay program after giant rework. Feels good, man. Yeah. There were a lot of reworks. New demos also. Listen, look at this, guys. Programmer Jeff. Wasn't he in chat just a second ago? Cheeseburgers, free time dev, Meo, cute muff. Ace and Wrist 2? So yeah, these were all the people that would then, you know, help me test the game. And unfortunately, I did not get any feedback outside of this, right? So making this itch page was very important, but it didn't help too much because there weren't enough people interested in the game from itch in general to write or give me any feedback. And the biggest problem with this version is that there was nothing inside of here. There was a call to action. So, okay, at this point I didn't have a Steam page, but I should have at least have some sort of, if you want to support me, provide me some feedback in the comments. Or please let me know about what you think about the game in this Google Sheets feedback form. And then these would be very obvious buttons, right? There's nothing obvious about this at all. It's just a game, right? Which obviously, when it's your first game, you don't know that you should do that. But this should have been in here. And so yeah, essentially this is what it looked like. I went ahead again and reworked the background. You can see here that the grass changed again to a different tile set this time, because I realized that there was not much clear visual separation. But what I did introduce with this, unfortunately, was what people call visual clutter. Essentially, there's too many pixels on the screen that want your attention, and too little pixels on the units, even with the outline, so that when you zoom out, right, and I hope I can do this, when you zoom out, it is difficult to tell what's going on. Still possible, but difficult to tell, because there's so much detail, right? Great to see you. Hey, Cakez, my man, good morning. And yeah, so essentially what I did here is I changed the way you level up. Now you can level up inside the game. The game does not pause, and then you choose, which is terrible design, by the way. The game, when you level up, the game should pause, okay? You should not be, having to fiddle around with some level up menu while you can't even see the freaking game, bruh. Terrible. Hey, Rafi, thank you very much for subscribing. Look at the white HP bar. Yeah, animated HP bar. Yeah. I was streaming and people told me to do it. And mind you, right? All of this was done on stream. This was all done live. I barely did any coding outside the game, outside the stream at that point, because I was doing everything on the stream and recorded it. And so yeah, this was all still the same, but this was essentially the very first version where people gave me feedback. And the coolest map, in my opinion, that I have ever built was this map right here. And why do I not have any heroes? What the hell? What the hell? Why do I not have any heroes? Oh, choose your team, because this is then the last mission and you need to build a team of level 1 heroes. This was the last mission. Actually, very interesting. Let's see. Right, and the cool part, again, was these placeable slots, right? I can only place this guy in one of these slots, and depending on where I place him, he can reach certain areas or cannot. Like, for example, I think this... Nah, this is a good spot. Oh god, I can only place one unit? Are you kidding me? I can only place one unit? Who coded this? Okay, let's see. Terrible. Hello. Kill him. Okay, so we need to immediately place another, otherwise we lose. There's no way. Yeah, you can see here already that I had issues with these trees, right? I did not make this tree transparent when there was a unit behind him. And now the unit is covering, or the tree is covering the unit. Let's see here, but you can level up. Oh, you needed to level up. You can see this here, right? Yeah. You can only level up with this button. And level up meant that you get more powerful. So for example, I level up, then I can get an ability, and the stupid game doesn't pause. The stupid game doesn't pause. Anyways, a payday. And then what you had to do to activate it is you had to click the Q button. Okay? You needed to click the Q button because it wouldn't actually... It would not activate the ability otherwise. Watch. And to get around this, I added this in this terribly complicated tactics menu. Oops, not this one. Which, for every single one of those, you could add a new rule. And so, for example, this guy has this payday thing, right? What you would do then is, like, why is the fucking camera... Like, give me 1 second. It makes me so fucking mad. Configure. Why am I a glowing thing, man? Why do I glow? Huh? Okay. Okay. We good. We good, chat. We're good. We're good. Nice. Anyways, let's get back to this. What you had to do here is you had to define a rule so he would actually use this ability. So you would say, well, the target is myself. The condition is, well, I always want to use it off cooldown. And what is the action? I use this ability. So yeah, and people never understood this at all. That was so complicated. Okay, so now he would use this ability automatically and I could focus on leveling up. And every time I level up, these guys get stronger, right? So I would want to build one guy that is overpowered. Like, for example, I need one with cold damage and I want him to do freezing hits. Oh, shit. And then now he's not using it. Of course, right? He's not using it. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Wait. Uh-oh. No. 1 sec. Bro, I don't have time. 1 sec. Block chance. Wait, you block more. And you get block chance. And you get a new ability. No, you don't. Okay, block chance. Bro, 200. You kidding me, right? I need to beat 200. Bro, the game was hard back then. I made the game difficult, bro. What's going on? Okay, one more. Wait. Tactics menu, right? This guy right here. New rule. Self. Action of cooldown. I want you to use this ability always. Nice. So see, now he's freezing the units. You see that? Ha! Cool. And now you get attack speed. Wait, you get range. Hey! He's getting attacked. No! Why are you getting attacked, bruh? See, like, that's bad too. Regeneration. Okay, he's healing. Wait, I need a healer. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. 1 sec. Radius. Yes. So now he's getting healed. Awesome. Yeah. Good. One more healer here. And you also get range. Very nice. Yeah. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Stop. Don't. No. Kill them. Uh-oh. Wait. Wait, this unit costs less? Oh no, I'm so stupid. Ooh, can I win? There's only 80 left. Ah. The big problem with this version essentially was that it was too difficult or too confusing on how to actually get money and on how to on how to build up a party properly. And then this tactics menu was just crazy. And so I learned all of this by watching people play and by them giving me feedback. And by playing myself. Obviously, it's a cool idea to be able to have all of these rules and conditions. You know, health below 25, 50. This is directly taken from attacked by more than one, attacked by more than two. All of this stuff worked, but it was incredibly difficult to set up and totally unfeasible for... This is not a tower defense at this point. This is a party manager, right? And for a tower defense, what you want to be focusing on is the upgrades more. And you should not have to... So for example, give you an example. If I level this guy up, and then I give him this ability, right? To get an ability in my game, or in this game, the actions required to get an upgrade that works all the time, let's count, okay? Let us count the actions required for this, okay? Let me actually use this. First, you have your unit. Then you click the upgrade button. Then you click another upgrade button. That's 2 actions. Then you click a third upgrade button. Then you click a 4th button. Now you search for the unit in question, which is another action, which takes a lot of time. 5 actions already. Then you click another button, 6. Now you check the conditions. At this point, you're already on the moon, based on how much knowledge you need to have. You find the right action in question, which is at the very bottom of the list. 8, 9, let's say 9 actions. And then you click the action to use, which is 10 actions. And then you exit out of the menu. So you could say about 12 actions are required to put a banana farm and click the banana farm upgrade button, which is 1 or 2 actions. I basically made a banana farm here with 12 actions. And that is something that I learned by doing it this way and realizing how terrible this is, and then comparing this to Bloons, Kingdom Rush. Though I have to say that upgrading these guys and being able to choose different abilities is the cool part. However, what I finally settled on, the items, are a much cooler way of giving them these buffs than this menu is right here, for example. It is the same idea, but it is much better implemented in the current version of the game that I have. And I want to highlight that this was very important to get out, because with the feedback I was able to make the game better. And what happens next is essentially a preparation for Steam. And this was hard, man. If anyone, by the way, if anyone wants to play this, I will have to see how I can get this online. There you go. That was the version that I uploaded to itch.io. Tangy TD version 1.1, guys. 2022. What was in that iffy commit? Where's the iffy commit? Oh, the iffy commit will come up. I don't know what that iffy commit was. I think he was angry. He was angry at me. Or I was angry at iffy. Anyways, so yeah, this was the version that I uploaded to itch.io, and right after the commit, you could see here that I did a lot of commits that changed the game. Before this, I wasn't really sure what to do, and I was working on whatever, but right after this, you can see here also the dates, right? It's almost every day multiple commits, and the time between those was very, very, very little in between, because now I knew what to work on and how to make the game better. The game was still terrible, but it was getting better, and I was making good updates that I would then upload to itch.io again. And yeah, so this was essentially the precursor to the Steam demo. And that took me all the way until the end of the year. Like from August till the end of the year. You can see here that I reworked a lot of stuff. Then I did signed distance fields font rendering. I did more sprite stuff. I did a lot of reworks and stuff like that. Decoupled, blah, 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 blah. Wrote new systems. And then worked on adding... on releasing my very first demo version, which took half a year, essentially. And this one, somewhere here, is where that happened. I think it was this, but we can also see this right here in the very beginning. This was the release of my demo, December 18. But I think this was a private demo. This was private. And then in January 28 is when I think the stream played it. You guys played it. This was, I think, back then I was streaming to... As far as I remember, I think it was 50 viewers. 40 or 50 viewers. And let's see, this is the version that I built then. I had essentially replaced the entire main menu again with a new main menu, and this one would stay for a while. I learned a lot more about pixel art. You can see here all of those trees and stuff like that. I did draw that myself. I redid trees a lot of times, and I think I did a really good job with these trees. This one looks awesome. This one and this one too. Yeah, they're very nice. I'm very proud of these. It took a lot of time to make them. But yeah, because I wanted to have a unique, let's say a unique game. I didn't just want to have a copy of Stardew Valley. Gothic 100% influenced this. Yeah. Looks like an RPG screen. Yeah, it was. And so yeah, that was essentially the very first version. Oh, I see. No, actually, this was not the Steam version. Here's something... this version, right? Looks good. Has different levels. You know, I redesigned the backgrounds again to look more like Stardew Valley and to have a bit of a cleaner road. I also added in lights at this point. And it had these placement slots still. For some reason, this version here, I redesigned the game so that you don't have placement slots. I removed those for some reason. And I don't know why. Actually, why are you using this, bro? Were you using this? Why are you using this, huh? Still had the, you know, the thing, oh god, I lose. I lose? What? How? And still, skills costing money. I don't know why I did that. Like, do you guys remember why I made skills cost money? That makes absolutely no sense. It's so bad. Like, he's using money to activate an ability. That should just be a cooldown. I feel like I wanted to have a cost to this, but it makes no sense. Because, like, huh? You can see here that we still had the same skill menu. But the UI is just terrible. Really badly done. And for some reason, what I did here was I had this game and it worked. I removed the placement slots from the game for some reason. Oh, this guy's generating money. Uh-oh. 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 1 sec. This? Kill him. Oh, he just one-shot me. Oh, of course. Yeah, great. Okay, so yeah, great game design. I can't even beat the level, and I have no chance of ever beating it. Awesome. Really good stuff. Yeah, very nice. Good idea. Yeah. This guy knows how to make games. Very nice. Yeah. Skills cost money. Everything costs money. You get no money, no units, nothing. Awesome. What was the dev thinking? Yeah, real dumb. Yeah. Oh, yeah, you're using this ability which costs $10. Yay. How about you don't? Huh? How about you don't use that? Thank you. How about no? Bro, that's insane, man. Okay, so I need to generate as much money as possible. Oh my god, this guy's using abilities too. And they also cost money. You can't be serious. And you can level them up for money too. You cannot be serious. And watch this. This guy gets close and one-shots me. Or not? Okay, he does not. Can you heal? Oh my god, heal him. Bruh. Generate money too. Alright, we have 60 money, chat. We lost. We can't beat this guy. He has too much life. There's no way we can beat him. Unless I get range, maybe? Okay, I got range now. Maybe I activate those rules again. He's just gonna one-shot me. 100%. Because he's too strong. Ah! Ooh! Okay, we lost. There's just no way we can win. Bro, that's insane. How did I ever beat this level? What? Oh, I can't beat him. I need to burn him. You coded this stuff, man. You can't even beat your level. Yeah, and you get nothing, right? So if you lose, that's a big arm. Yeah. There's a huge arm. If you lose, you get nothing. All you can do is just try again. Very nice. But yeah, I think... and I wanted to say again, like, I did something here. That was essentially in November 2022. So about 2 weeks before the release of my game on Steam, I changed these placement slots away. So basically I made it so that you can place units everywhere, which means instead of only being able to place units on these slots, you could now place them everywhere, meaning I can't place this guy on grass. I can place him on the road, but I actually don't have money again. One second, I don't have money again. This is the Steam version. The very first version on Steam that I uploaded. You can see that I changed the grass yet again. And I made it so that you can place units everywhere for some reason. So I can stack them together if I wanted to. And then I also, for some reason, Bloons did it freeform, and it's a popular game, so it must be better. Yeah, I think I was heavily influenced by Bloons. And without feedback, I would just go ahead and change stuff away before actually getting player feedback. So you can see this right here, where somewhere I removed the old team selection, and then there was also a commit, I think, where I removed the vampire survivors right before releasing my game. on Steam. And I think I should have at least stuck with the placement slots. And then you can see here that I made abilities, instead of costing money, they now costed energy. And you can see that over time, we went from choosing abilities, and they can be activated with money or with unit. No, actually, the abilities were free. They just had a cooldown. So we started with abilities that had a cooldown. Then we had abilities that cost money, dollars. And now we have abilities that cost energy. And the way you get energy is by attacking. It's this red bar to the left here that this guy has. Like, he shoots and he gets a little energy every hit. Barely any energy. He gets barely 0.1% energy or something per hit. Yeah. And this is the version that the guy played on the infamous YouTube video, which, let me find that YouTube. I watched this before. Yeah, there was this guy right here. That was so bad.
Okay, hello ladies and gentlemen, this is Russo, and I'm not really hearing any volume right now, so we're going to be playing, well, Cakez TD, and as you guys know, I love tower defense games, and this is just a demo. The full version has yet to have an announcement.
That was, guys, that was 3 years ago. That was 3 years ago. This guy, played my game.
Developer and publisher.
He figured out how to play the map, and then watch what happens. You need to look at this with speed set to 0.5, otherwise you will miss it. He clicks the unit, and it's placing the unit behind the bar. Watch. He's clicking here, and it's placing the unit behind the bar. Watch. Boom. You see it behind the bar? Proper UI management, guys. Proper UI collision detection. Very nice. GG. Yeah, GG's.
I have no money.
And you get no money. You can place one unit. You have no money at all.
I lost. What is going on?
He lost, yeah. His comments? Yeah, and so he was so mad playing this game.
I didn't click there. That's the thing.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh wow, you can barely hear anything in here.
Okay, restart. Again. He placed it again.
I didn't click there. Okay, let's Can we get to main menu now? Okay, so there's definitely a glitch on that for sure.
It was so bad.
Yeah.
It takes him some time. Uh-huh. Yeah, it does take him some time.
Again, it just clicked.
So, by the way, that's why I only had 6 minutes medium playtime on Steam. People were quitting in the first minute. I had 6 minutes, chat. And yeah.
Wow, there we go.
This guy was so annoyed, man. It's just insane. He was so angry. Yeah, so let me tell you guys, the change from fixed positions to positioning everywhere was really bad, especially with the UI. Anyways, so I put this game on Steam I made the Steam page and I uploaded the game immediately.
So ridiculous. Alright, well, this is just a demo, so...
This guy has the medium playtime that I had on Steam anyways. 6 minutes, yeah. He's right in the middle.
Always good to know. So we can put things in the path. That's the purpose of it, I guess. It's to slow them down other than the size, which is not typical for these type of things.
So yeah, I think the change away from placement slots to placing units everywhere created so many problems for me that I should have never done it. I regret this decision the most, but I can now also see why people in Tangy clump up units and build some really cool dev balls. Though, if I had placement slots where it restricts your positionings and you can't place units everywhere, then you have to think a lot more. You can't just put everything in one thing, right? You have to think. And that makes the game, in my opinion, better than what I had. Like this right here, right? The same thing. But you can't, like, listen, I click here, nothing happens. You can only place him here or here. You can't really make a mistake. Well, you can make a mistake, you can place him here. Right? I don't give you enough money, which is terrible. But you can't really make a mistake when I tell you where to place them in this, because yeah, I mean it's predefined, right? Bro, this is insane. How you losing, bruh? How you losing? Heal. Right, and so then now you're basically learning how to place the units, and this placement slot should have been here, but yeah. I have no. Yeah, I get it. Like, there's so many people that are playing my game right now because you can place the units everywhere. I understand that, right? However, what I should have done here with this version, and this goes a little deeper. This is not the final version on Steam that I ended up with, but this was the first version on Steam. What I should have done here is I take this version and I release the game with this. I make some adjustments to the abilities so that you don't have the tactics menu. I remove that and I release the game, right? You decide which abilities you can get, right? For example, you get a new ability here. Let's say this guy gets Ice Wave. Now he has Ice Wave, and then you... I don't know, you have these 4, maybe you level up Payday 1 level, so now you get 0.9 gold per second. And then I move on. I should have actually done a second game. I should have taken this, which had enough levels to, I don't know, cost $5. I think $5 for this, plus Endless Mode, should have been great. Because I made so many mistakes here, that basically from this point onward, we are talking January 2023. I spent 2 years getting another demo out. 2 years. That's how long it took to go from this.
Now that it finally worked, this is actually not too bad. Can we speed this up?
Yes, we can speed this up. And now watch what happens. He placed 2 defenders, guys. Watch what happens.
I can only buy 2 heroes.
Yeah. And now this guy just runs past him. It's over, bro. It's over. It's over.
Alright, so there's no explanation.
This guy's... he's broken. I broke his spirit, chat. And the font is so bad.
Alright, so we lost again, okay.
He's almost rage quitting.
I wish there was better explanation on these things.
It used to work with a grid. It used to work with certain spots only, yeah. Not even a grid. Just certain spots. I decide where these spots are, essentially. The way this used to work was like this. in a map, like this, for example, I could go into the editor and then I could move these placement slots, and I could say that this placement slot right here is... So can I actually see? Oh, I think I had to have hotkeys. I can't even see that. I can't even see it. But essentially hotkeys for setting this placement slot to a ranged placement slot or to a melee placement slot. But I was very stingy with gold. You can see here I only have 10 gold. I can only place 1 unit. That is something that, looking back now, was so bad. Why can you only place 1? Tower defense is all about setting up your defenses in multiple locations. When you can only place 1 unit and then you have no money, it's so bad. I couldn't even place the ranger because I didn't have enough money. It's crazy. But yeah, essentially this guy got past the level then. Then he started the next level and he got butt fucked. He lost all the time in this level. Again, because he places the units in terrible locations, because he can place them everywhere, and then these flying units just fly into the exit. Because he placed a ranger.
So you can't buy any more heroes?
Yeah, and you can't buy heroes anymore.
Okay. So once they die, you can't buy any more.
Yeah, and that was also bad. Once your units were dead, they were dead forever. You couldn't get more, which was bad. And then he rage quit. Let's see the comments. Just wanted to let you know the video was super helpful for the developer back then. Oh, yeah, it was. My man. Yeah, thank you. He realized how dogshit the drag and drop issue was for the new players, and he fully reworked the game from the ground up. Super cool, my man. Big W's. Big W's. Is that all the comments? Yeah, that was all the comments. Yeah, so not a good time, chat. So that was around this time right here. From the very beginning of the game, you could see here that for a long time, no one really cared about my game because it was terrible. So yeah, that was this version. And what I then took from this is that I had so many issues in the game that I needed to do something, and I tried to make the game a little better. And so I went ahead and improved the design a little bit. And I guess I was playing Darkest Dungeon too much, because now we are going from tower defense, roguelike, and we enter Darkest Dungeon territory. I went away from my original idea of placing units in certain spots and they get attacked. They still get attacked, but now we are using equipment and names. Look. Uh-oh, error message. Test error message. Yeah, that's fine. Uh-oh. Never mind. 1 sec. Uh-oh. Gotta be careful here, okay? Let's see. How can I just test? I see. Okay. So you can still do it. Okay. Null exception. Here you go. You could rename units, and the new addition was that you can find items and equip your units with items. That was basically the precursor for the game that we have now. You see all of those items, and I gotta be honest with you, this is the game that I should have sold. This was February 2023. So 2 months later, after this version on YouTube that we just looked at, 2 months later after this version, I had a new version that was entirely redesigned, or that entirely redesigned how the game worked, but much cleaner. This is something I should have actually sold. Because this version actually was quite fun. You could put items on units like this, give them trinkets, fully equip them, and then you can level them up permanently. So this guy's level 10 now. They get skill points, and then choosing an ability. This was terrible. This should have been done differently, right? How you choose. This was I was playing Vampire Survivors, I guess, at that point, because we now have a new way of getting skills, which is the Vampire Survivors way of getting skills, I guess. This should have been done a lot better, but you could now build your own characters based on what you want. So, for example, I want this guy to be, I guess, a tank. So he's going to block units. And defense would be nice. Iron skin, for example, right? And then you just level up all of those different things. Poison cloud. And then you run out of skill points. This was the version that I should have sold for a long time. And then moved on to another game. Because this looks really good. It was very well implemented. Well, this building didn't do much. And this one didn't do much. But I had a shop where I could buy items. And I could also, I think, sell items for money. And then this was all about farming money. Right? For example, here I can now place this guy in the ground. And as far as I remember, the only downside here was that I would have to use... Yeah, I still had these stupid tactics. Right? This guy would still need to do tactics, or you would have to use these abilities by hand, which was terrible. Should have done it differently. But yeah, I didn't really do that. This could have been a great roguelike. Or roguelite. But again, you can see here that I redesigned the background again. I drew the grass again for one more time. I changed the trees. And I again changed the UI a lot. Because I was still not happy with how the game looked, UI-wise. And what I noticed was around this time that my game wasn't getting any views on YouTube. But if I go to my channel and I go to some of my very old videos, these devlogs weren't getting any views at all. Apart from this, but this was heavily edited. This stuff right here was not very well received. This was only 500 views. And then here we had another devlog. Very little views. Until I made a video about a world map with Explore. I didn't really get anything substantial in terms of views on my videos. And so I started to really question, what is my game doing wrong that I don't get any attention? So for example, I saw people put no efforts into their videos and they got so many views or so much engagement because I guess the game was good. They had a really good game idea. But for me, that never really was the case. I never had anyone interested in my game, or barely anyone interested in my game. You could also see it in a graph, right? The graph told the story. There was one player or no players at all the entire time. Getting attention on YouTube, but I also didn't get any attention on Steam. I got no wish lists at all. This entire period is 700 wish lists. 700. 2 years. 700 wish lists. Hey, Based Code, thank you very much for the raid, man. Appreciate it. Bro, 2 years for 700. Now I get like 700 in a couple of days. Almost one person per day. Just a couple of things that I wrote down. I had two complicated skill shots. Abilities all used energy. Even though they were cool, you know, I didn't... it was obvious that people weren't really engaged. The enemy scaling sucked. For example, something I didn't tell you. Whenever you leveled up a character, to a higher level and you would go play a mission with them, the enemies would scale to your level. So you could never really become crazy powerful because the enemies would always be on your level. And so that really sucked. Because then there was no real term of progression. They would just kill you regardless. No matter what you did. And that was something that I shouldn't have done. I should have kept the enemy scaling so that in endless mode, the further you get into endless mode, the more the enemies scale, which is typical like in Vampire Survivors, for example, right? And then the story mode, the enemy scaling is flat. Level 1 has the basic enemies, level 2 has basic enemies plus a couple more, but they don't scale. If you're level 10, you're going to one-shot every enemy in level 1, but you're going to struggle against enemies in level 10, right? So that's basically what I have right now in Tangy TD in the story mode, where you can outgrow the enemies just by leveling up. But yeah, after realizing that my biggest issue was appeal, and there was no real power fantasy. Like, chat. How many of you have a power fantasy about being an orange? Tell me. Me? A peel like an orange peel? How many of you want to be a powerful orange? This was essentially the first time where I realized that, but for some reason, I still went ahead and did the following. I tried to add more appeal to my game by changing the oranges to oranges. Just different looking. Smart, yeah, very smart. What I changed essentially was, and this was something that is in the game to this day, I added the oranges, but I gave them weapons and equipment that you can see. You can see here that he has a new bow. And if I change the bow also changes the visuals. And oh, we also have sound effects. Nice. So yeah. Hey, this is wrong. Let's double down. Yeah, that was so bad. I should have realized this a lot earlier, but I didn't. I should have changed the characters, but I was so stuck on the orange theme. To be fair, I think it's significantly improved over the first version. Yeah, I appreciate it. Like the first character version, you say. Yeah, they look better. That's true. And so yeah, as I was, improving the game, I was then also working on this stuff right here. And they still had the same, skill system. You could re-roll to get more stuff. You needed to level up by buying level ups. This one costs 40 gold. I haven't gotten any gold yet. So yeah, terrible. And by the way, for those of you who are wondering, this change that I did, that took like 3 months. So I spent 3 months of changing oranges to oranges. Yeah, that was great, let me tell you. You don't like the text fonts for the game? Yeah, the text font, like there were so many issues with this game. The font is okay. I've seen worse. But yeah. So yeah, this, by the way, guys, is almost the final version before I switch to OpenGL. So yeah, like this way of leveling up units is really cool. And I feel like I want to make a game around this again, because I think I did a good job with this, like being able to equip units with different items and having these items show up on your characters and then leveling them up permanently in a tower defense setting, I think would be cool. And then instead of having these abilities the items would have the ability. That could be a different type of rogue-light tower defense game, I feel. That could be a really cool idea. And I feel like I should have visualized this. The only problem that I saw with this was this Vampire Survivors upgrade menu. Essentially what you would do here is you didn't have enough skills to choose from, and this was no gamble. You would just constantly re-roll until you get the ability you wanted. And if you didn't, then you would just wait until you found more of those re-rolled currency items, which was bad. And so what I did then was I removed this Vampire Survivors menu and I added in skill trees. And that was the last version. This was the last version that I had before I switched to OpenGL. I also... I think I lost the bet here. This was the last version before I switched to OpenGL. This is Vulcan still. But I think I had to put this castle into my game because I lost the stream bet or something. So yeah. Anyways. You can see here that I finally replaced the Stardew Valley trees with my own trees. And yes, I'll have you know, I drew all of these trees myself, okay? I didn't draw them from Google. Alright, this also has Perlin Noise and Bloom. I'll have you know, chat. This is Bloom. Watch this, chat. Options. Bloom. This guy is now more bloomified. And you can see here that, again, I did another entire rework. Because I took the town away. I took the units away. And this time I went for the world map. Guys, how many different games do we have at this point? At this point in time, we are looking at September 2023. So 2 years after starting my game, how many different games have I made in the same game? How many games? Go to the right? Yeah. I think I had like 5 or 6 different games. All within the same engine, the same framework, all different for some reason. And now, at this point in time, before switching to OpenGL, I realized that, oh, you can't really place many units. It's very boring. I'm going to make it so that you play a game, or that the game is like not vampire, like Plants vs. Zombies. So you have these, let's not call them sunflowers, but these tree stumps. And they can spawn juice for your seeds. And then with that, you get more stuff to put. No, that's actually wrong, is it? No, actually, that's correct. To put, you know, weapons on your units. To spawn units. So, within like a couple of months, I completely redesigned the game. I removed the inventory from units. They now have items they get through money. What the hell is this? Why is there so much? What's going on here? What's happening? Is there some bloom error or something? Hello? Uh-oh. I need more money. Hey! I lost. I subscribed around this version. Yeah, and so this was the end of 2023, September. I still don't know why you have to buy these items, by the way. This was work in progress. That glow is beautiful, man. There was bloom in... I don't know why this sticks here, though. So there's definitely something wrong with the Vulcan renderer. But yeah, at this point, I was having enough of Vulcan. And I said, it's over. I don't want to deal with this anymore. It wasn't fun at all. and I switched away. If we go to the commits, we are now looking at November 2023, which for those of you remember, like, I got really mad at Vulkan at some point. Now, at this point in time, we also had hot code reloading, which was really cool. Because that would allow me to make the game while it is running, which is really cool. But I got really mad at Vulkan. I'm trying to find the commit here, but I guess I can't. I wish this was a public repository. Yeah, maybe I can make it a public repository at some point. Yeah, essentially I was having enough of Vulkan, and somewhere here, I wonder if it's like F OpenGL. Here, finish the giant OpenGL rework. Save point before dumbest rework of the renderer. Vulkan sucks anyways, and I'm annoyed by the giant state machine. It took me 20 days from this point, okay, from here, from this game, which arguably looks kind of nice. You know, it looks beautiful, not gonna lie. I spent a lot of time on this. Looks good. It took me 20 days to get the game back. You guys want to know how the game looked after the rework from Vulkan to OpenGL, the very first version that compiled? Cover your eyes, my brothers, because so this was the main menu. It doesn't look too bad. Like, there's some orange here in the top left. I don't know why that is. Show lines changed. You want to see the lines changed? How can I see that? I mean, I was a little bit, you know. I think that is the biggest commit that I've ever done in my entire life. Switching from Vulkan to OpenGL. And this, by the way, this is all hand-picked. I did all of this by hand. There's nothing AI, whatever. No. You have to understand. This is 2023. We're not talking about AI here. It's like, done. Change 50,000 lines of code. Just like this. No, this is all hand-picked lines of code, bruh. Changed everything. I bet you got sick. Oh, bro, I got sick multiple times, bruh. But yeah, this is what it looked like 20 days later, and yeah, I mean, we had a game, you know, I guess. We had a game. Volume. Uh-oh. Failed opening file. Uh-oh. Yeah. That was my game. That took a lot of time to get right again. And so from this point onward, what I had to do was get everything in order so that the game looked the same way as before, but better in the new renderer. And that was so much work. It was insane how much work that was. But 2 months later, from this point onward, we are now looking at this menu here. Most of the buttons work. The options menu is still kind of broken, you know. But it's a bit bright now. We are almost back to what we had before, and a bit better. We had meta progression at this point. That's when I took Vampire Survivors and wanted to add more stuff that you could farm outside the levels. So meta progression. And I started to work on this legendary map, chat. This is the legendary map. We looked at this map for 2 years straight. This map only. You know how many comments I got every day telling me, Cakez, why don't you make a new map? I'm sick and tired of looking at this map. It's been all the time, every day, single day you work on the map, work on this map. Every time it's the same. I hate it. Every day, chat. Every day. I remember saying that. Yeah, people told me that all the time. But essentially what we had here was the basic idea of what would be Tangy 2D. We have the skill trees. We have the different characters. They cost money. They can get weapons and ability upgrades with money. And this is all about farming money with this pickpocket thing here. Where like I could do it endlessly here because this is just a random version. Where, oh my god, this guy had a lot of freaking range. And then you could choose one of these abilities when leveling up. And then with the next level, you could choose a tier 2 ability. Meaning, it doesn't really show here. But this is a tier 2 ability. And these 3 other abilities are tier 1 abilities. And since he has them unlocked with skill points, he can train them. And there's also the guy that would ultimately become the final boss of the game. The brightness went up. Yeah. And so yeah, I worked on this version of the game for almost 2 years. Starting in September 2021 till February starting in September 2023 all the way up till 2025. I worked on this version. I tried to improve it. And the tactics menu at this point was gone. Units would use abilities whenever they were off cooldown, based on the target priority of the unit. But the target priority was right here at the bottom. You could set it here to different priorities. And if I click this, I think the game crashes. Okay, no, it doesn't. Good. I didn't have any items yet found. So, this guy could get, for example, this bow right here, the long bow. And then he has a new bow upgraded. And you could see here, like the items on units was there all the time. I just didn't implement it in a very easy way. I did not find the way yet, or I had not find a way to properly upgrade units, or to properly give these units the items, the upgrades. It didn't feel very rewarding, let's say, to upgrade the units. And it was too many clicks. If you compare this, right? This guy, I select him. I click on the upgrade button. Let's get some money. Right, I click on the upgrade button. Then I click another button. That is 2 clicks. That's 2 clicks. In Bloons, and 3 clicks to select the character. In Bloons, it's select character, upgrade. Select character, upgrade. And I was always having 3 clicks, which is bad. But it was getting there, right? At this point, the game was getting to a point where it was not only good looking, but also starting to get really fun. And so yeah, that was in January 2024, this version right here. And from this point onward, I started working on, and that was the first time I ever heard the term 5 minutes of fun. So right here, this is a couple of months later, 4 months later, actually, in May of 2024, halfway through the year. This was the first version where I could confidently say I have 5 minutes of fun. Meaning that I changed the upgrade system a bit so that it is a bit easier to do. Instead of having this bottom bar, it's still here. I didn't find a better commit. But this bottom bar was almost entirely obsolete. It was all done through this upgrade menu here. right? And so, for example, if you had found an item or unlocked an ability in the skill tree, and my god, these sound effects. These sound effects are just crazy. They blast your ears. Oh my god. Okay. There was somewhat of a... It was getting, let's say, it was getting closer to what the game is now. And I would keep this design through the entirety of 2024. And what I worked on the most here is that I wanted a way for the player to progress every time they play. So, for example, if you play a game of Vampire Survivors and you lose, you still gained gold, and then you put the gold into meta progression, so your next run will get you further. So even if you lose in Vampire Survivors, you are still winning and incrementally getting stronger, somewhat incrementally, right? It's not real crazy incremental, but in a way. And it never feels like you're wasting your time. And so that's what I wanted to. And I don't know if I get lucky enough, but I added in gold drops that you could get. So even if you lost, you would gain some gold, but it's random, right? So some of them can drop gold, some of them won't. And yeah, I worked a lot on this and tried out many different ways of, you know, adding items into this upgrade menu here, and then adding stats required for different abilities, different units. And you can see here that the inspiration at this point was balloons. I will later add on a way that you cannot place units on the road anymore. And then this was effectively balloons, but worse. That is what the next version is. And so I spent a lot of time on this version to get to my very first... Oh. Yeah. To my very first, let's say, proper Steam demo. This right here is the Steam demo that I uploaded to Steam, and you guys played it after 2 years of having no players. That's the bump right here. That's you guys playing for a couple of days. And what this showed me after such a long time of working on the game, and you can see here that by this point I still had some issues, but the game had changed from the original state to now. It had changed so much. The UI started looking really good. The upgrade menus, the units were still the same, somewhat, right? But I think I started doing a really good job on learning how to build, let's say, clear UI that is not too confusing, and at the same time displays all of the information needed to the player so that they don't get confused or overwhelmed. If you remember some of the earlier versions, the text was giant, and then we had like 2 menus right next to each other to show upgrades and stuff like that. This has all been, or mostly all been, fixed in this version, even though there was still some stuff. There was still some stuff that is work in progress. But what I wanted to achieve with this demo is I wanted to see if my game has a future or not. I wanted to see if people like this game or if they hate it. And after almost 2 years of getting no real feedback, what finally got me here, and to give you guys an idea of how bad the game looked, this is essentially the data from before I updated my game. I had 232 players that played the game quit in the first 1 to 10 minutes. Some of them might have quit at the very first minute. Maybe someone summit minute 2. But in the first 10 minutes, everyone basically quit. And if you guys remember a couple of weeks ago when we talked about this insanely awesome looking Stardew Valley type game, where it's a farming game, right? An auto, I guess it was an auto or idle game. The guy has such a complicated system to just hire a worker, your first Hello. Worker. Hello. That I got so Hello? Ah! Hello. Ah, yeah. Wokage? Did that work? Yeah? Ooh, almost played that song again. My daughter always wants to hear this. Elsa. Hold up. Gotta play, here you go. Here you go. Log in, chat. I'm back. Sorry that took so incredibly long. I also had to pick up the car that is finally done. So that's why it took so long. I had to basically go through the entire city, get the car with the help of my wife's dad, and then go through the entire city, put the car where we live, then drive him back home, and then go here. So yeah, I was away driving 2 hours. I think your VOD is playing. No, there's no 2 audios. There shouldn't be any 2 audios. That's on you. Yeah, Letakio, I think what I need to do is I don't think I can play your game today. I'm really late already. I didn't expect it to take 2 hours. I hope that's fine. I'll check out your game tomorrow and then do the VR games at the same time. I think that would be best. Sorry about that. I'm back, guys. Wake up. Hello. Publish another game, get the cash, and hire an artist for assistant for pick. Okay, buddy. Okay, buddy. All right, guys. So I have been thinking about how to properly do this collision thing with these units, and I feel like the best thing would be. This is what you want to achieve with enemies flock cakes? Question mark. Let's see. So many units. Okay.
Hello everyone, my name's Dave, and in this video, I'm going to show you a really simple.
Hello, Dave.
Pathfinding for lots and lots of units.
How you doing, Dave? Yes, I want my enemies to walk that way. Do you have the solution for me?
I'm going to show you a really simple, easy way to set field pathfinding for lots and lots of units. 100% from scratch using C++ and SQL.
Oh, yeah, baby.
When I move the mouse around, the large group of units follows it around the level.
Damn, that is so smooth. Oh, yes.
They flow quite nicely around walls and use all the available space, but each unit virtually never overlaps.
Damn, that is so freaking good! Where was this all my time?
When they do, it's minimal and gets corrected.
Javin X made a video about this. Yeah, but it's like 50 minutes long. I don't have 50 minutes.
Quickly. In a previous video, I created red units that follow the arrows to move towards the mouse and around the blue walls. If you haven't already seen that video,
shit.
You may find it helpful because I'm going to build on it in this video.
But how do they... so they... Okay, so that's the problem that I had. The enemies ignore the walls, not because they are walls, but because they get to a tile where they're supposed to move right, and then they move along the edges. That's the same problem we faced. You guys remember this? And why the hell is the camera so crazy? Let me just fix that real quick. Okay, 1 second. Configure video. Gain these new. Ooh, 31 gain was better. I can't. Hold up. That should be off. It does nothing. Absolutely nothing. Okay, it does nothing. Okay, but whatever. We just continue.
Overall, it works pretty good because it allows the red units to move to their destination regardless of where they start off. However, sometimes they are able to move on top of each other, and it can take some time for them to separate. In addition, it doesn't work very well for large amounts of units to reach their destination as a large group. So in this video, I'm going to show you how to improve it.
Damn, it looks so good. Well, I want to see... Some enemies still get very close to the walls in this, but I think it's good enough, in my opinion.
The first thing I worked on was improving unit separation. Previously, every time a unit was updated, the code looped through all the...
check the angle between the unit's positions and the direction that this unit is traveling. Ensure that this unit isn't moving directly towards another unit by checking the angle between them. Angle between the direction normal. The direction normal is... Where's that coming from? Direction normal is get the flow normal of the position X and Y. So the direction normal is probably the direction of the tile. The video is low. Thank you very much for telling me now. I appreciate that.
The units in the game.
Is that better?
Check the angle between the...
That should be better. So the direction normal is where they are supposed to go in the flow field. And it checks the normal to the other unit. Why would we need the normal to the other unit? Can't we just use these two vectors? Isn't it more efficient? Like, let's say we have... Let's say the green is the direction normal, okay? Direction... Let's call it direction normalized, okay? If we have a different angle between the two, can't we just check the angle by using these two vectors? Like, I don't think I have to normalize this vector, do I? I don't think normalizing it does anything. Correct? I don't need to normalize it. I can just keep it big and get the same angle, don't I? Just wondering.
Every time a unit was updated, the code looped through all the other units in the game to check the angle between the unit's positions and the direction that the selected unit is traveling.
The angle between the unit's positions. Where is that? Direction to the other unit. Direction to the other unit magnitude. Ensure that they're not directly on top of each other. Okay. They overlap, so check if the unit is moving towards or away from the unit that overlaps. Yeah, the angle stays the same, right? Because I don't need to normalize it. That's what I thought. That's what I thought too. Think he has the code in the video description, Cakez? Yeah, that's fine. I'd rather like read what he's like, what his arguments are. It's more interesting.
If it was too small, meaning that the selected unit would move in a direction where it would overlap the other unit too much.
I really don't understand this angle between. Don't allow the move. Oh, the quick be right back. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Then the move wasn't allowed. However, some overlap is still allowed to ensure that
I really don't understand this.
Otherwise, if the code is changed so that they can't overlap at all, you can see how they block each other and get stuck.
Yeah.
To improve the separation,
Yeah.
I'm going to add an additional force to push them apart.
Yeah.
We'll need a way to detect nearby units
Yeah.
and determine what direction the selected unit needs to move to avoid them. Imagine that the unit in the center of your screen
Yeah.
is the selected unit,
Yeah.
and there are a bunch of units around it. A circle can be drawn that represents the selected unit's visibility radius,
Yeah.
which in this example includes 2 other units.
Mm-hmm.
Notice how if a vector is drawn from the center of one of the close-by units towards the center of the selected unit,
Yeah.
it points in the direction that the selected unit needs to move to get away from that unit.
Yeah.
Same thing can be done for any other units that are within the unit's visibility radius,
Yeah.
which of course in this example is just the one other unit. Then all the vectors can be added together and normalized to determine what direction the selected unit needs to move to get away from the group.
Yeah.
I then wrote some code to implement this, which you can see in front of you.
I don't know what's the code. And here's the house. Let's see. Computer normal separation. Radius. Unit selected. If the unit selected is not this, check if the selected unit is within the radius separation. Unit list. Okay, for each unit in the unit list, it can't be myself. So we're checking others. Direction to the other is position minus position. Distance to the other. We don't really need that, but we can get it, yeah. Then the distance is less than the separation radius. We have the exact same code, by the way. That's exactly what we're doing already. That's good. The direction to the other is literally just the normalized and then multiplied it in the other. Basically put a minus in front of it. Multiply by -1. Exactly. And then the output is normal to this. Yes, but if I just add to the output, he's normalizing it here. Okay, so at the end he's normalizing. So that was my question. See, that was my question. When I was talking about these vectors, right, and pushing away and plussing these vectors, like it generates. If we start with this direction and then we need to push it in this direction, we add those two together, we get a longer vector. And then we add another push force together, we even get a much longer vector, right? It grows every time. And so it looks like after we are done pushing one unit away from all the other units, then that push is normalized. Okay, and what then?
Which you can see in front of you. I also wrote some code that combines the...
Find the normal by combining the normal from the flow field and the separation. Yeah, see now he's combining them. How is it? Direction normal from flow field, yeah. Direction normal separation is computer normal. And then the combined is plus and normalized. Yeah, see, that's what I thought. And then the combined is then moved in. We are moving in there. So, see, that's what I thought. And I was trying to avoid having to normalize a lot, because essentially what we're doing here is we can get the normal from the flow field. That's free. That's a lookup table. Very simple to do. The normal from the separation is one normalize, and then the combined is another normal. That's two normalize each frame. And I was thinking, is there a better way to do this? I think you just need to normalize one time. I don't know, to be honest. I don't know. I wouldn't worry about that. But listen, like Mr. Ramos. See, like, you're by the way. Why did this? Oh, yeah, because we're watching. We're targeting 10k units. That's what I wanted to do. 10k. I said I wanted to spawn 10k units. How about we do it now? Why not? Let's see. So minimum distance. Move to tile. Yeah, that's moving to tile. 60 miles. Let's make it 8 by 8. So 8 distance. So that's, yeah, that's distance. Push direction. We do push. We also do it on a neighbor. I guess we just do it on the enemy itself. And then we do enemy dot push is normalize enemy dot push, right? That's what he was doing. And then when we move the enemy, we add the direction plus the push and normalize. That's what we were already doing. We were already doing this. Oh, sorry, I was supposed to do a Discord, yeah. Hey guys. I mean, I'm back. Let's see, I'm back at Streamroom. How about this? Sorry about this. Oh, on the game pedal, I just want to see this real quick. So this is from earlier. On the game pedal, what players dislike? Extremely short duration, often beaten in under 2 hours, leading to high refund rates. Developer controversial public stance against Steam's refunds policy. Perceived as shovelware or low-effort content comparable to browser games. Repetitive, unpolished gameplay and audio design. Technical issues including bugs, janky movement and camera clipping. Perception of the game as a cash grab or rage bait product, which, okay. Inclusion of paid DLC for a base game that is already deemed lacking in content. That's what I don't like a lot. Like, okay. Janky movement is also a deal breaker for me, but bruh. Like this, to me, oftentimes, this shows the complete intent of a developer, and that's where I stopped supporting. When I see money above everything else, that's where I turn off. Repetitive music, sound effects, and voice acting, lack of replayability for the majority of players, poor UX, UI design, and lack of refinement. Damn. That's a long list. And then you complain. Yeah, I mean, and then you have this long list, and then you complain. Yeah, I get it. I get it. Yeah. And to put it all on top, the complaint happens after he already made $1 gazillion. I think that's the issue. If he made like $5, okay. But he made like thousands and thousands of dollars. He sold like 100,000 units at that point. Over 100,000 units. That is crazy. I mean, I have a different stance when it's just cosmetics, but we're talking cosmetics. We are talking gameplay at this point, right? I got that from a Steam data analysis tool that scrapes the reviews. It's the fell down from a bicycle meme? Yeah, kinda is, yeah. It is. Alright, okay, so guys, 10,000 enemies, you guys said. Let's do it. 10,000 enemy. You guys ready for 10k? I will add 20,000 enemies. And then I will spawn 10,000. Yeah, Steam F, get ready to F, exactly. Because we are literally adding 10,000 enemies now. The minimum distance to the base, I'll turn that to 1,600. And then I make a random range to 3,000, 2,000. So that we have some variation. Hey Cakez, how long did it take you to learn the math involved to create Tangy? Did you already have experience or learn as went? I learned as I went, which is why it took a very long time. 10k enemies should be doable. Okay guys, will the game run? What are you guys saying? I literally, the only thing I have on the enemies right now is Oh, it's n squared. It's n squared. It'll be 10 FPS, guys. I can't do 10K because it's n squared. I literally can't do that. I need chunking. If I do this now, this will is like 1 FPS. Try it. Okay, guys, we don't have an FPS display. How much FPS you think we'll have? Let me spawn 100 and test something real quick. All right, let's first. I don't have chunking. I don't have chunking. Yep. Just. What's the point of 10K except stress testing the engine? We can't see them. Let's first do. Okay, so it does start and it shows 100 enemies approaching as well, right? Oh, oh yeah, that takes a long time till they come here. Right? There they are. Yeah, it takes a long time for them to approach. And I wanted to test Intel, present one. Can I get this application to check out main? Oh, look. Guys, we can see the FPS. It's locked at 120. Right now, the GPU busy time is 0.1 millisecond, let's say. And we can't really see much else. I don't see CPU data here. Probably could enable. See basic. GPU. Yeah, it's just GPU focus. All right. So it shows us the FPS. That's the important part. Let's see how long, how much FPS we getting on 10,000. Intel cooked with this overlay, yeah. You have NVIDIA GPU, all ZMG overlay is active. Okay, guys. Type in chat how many FPS you think we'll get. Do we get more than 10? 30 FPS. You're making a high calculation there. 2014. 120. Zenith, we are not getting 120. I'm sorry. Guys, this is 10,000 enemies checking each other. So that is 10,000 times 10,000. You want to know how many iterations that is? 1 FPS. Yeah, so now you're changing it, right? I told you before. Okay, 10,000 times 10,000. That's 100 million iterations. Okay, let's see. Maybe 70? Maybe start with 1,000? No, we go straight to 10K. All right, guys. It's gonna be CPU bound. Oh, we got 1 frame, I think. I can't play. I can't even play. 30 seconds per frame. Okay, so you guys, so we can't spawn 10,000 enemies. Oh, I got 1 frame. Did I? Oh, it's not able to draw all of these enemies. Oh, there they are. The time step is so large. Oh my god. It didn't crash. Yeah, that's true. Let's see, Intel present one. What's the FPS looking like here? It's like it's given up. I don't know how much FPS you got me, brother. That's 0. It's not even 0.1. What? Damn, that's an optimized game. Crazy. See, guys, GPU busy time, 0 ms. This game is so fast, you can't even calculate it. Damn, that's amazing. I wonder where they're going. They're not overlapping, so... Oh, they're gone! They left. Task manager. Let's see. Wait. Okay, I was like, huh? That's reasonable. I mean, that's fine. Okay, can we implement a fast chunking system? Can I do that? I think we need to implement chunking first. Multiple threads won't work here, guys. Because every enemy still has to check each other. We need a grid of enemy IDs inside of each chunk. Here's the question, guys. If I make the grid the same size as the tiles, right? So, where do we even get that? I guess it's on the game state. We have the map in here, and then the map itself could hold the threading is point, yeah, spatial partitioning. Spatial partitioning is what we do. If I make, so like, let's say a chunk, right? That's what we need. It can have an array of IDs. Yeah, you could have enemies check only enemies that are on next tiles, exactly. You check at least like 9 tiles, or maybe not even diagonal, but probably diagonal. Why not the data on the tile? Because I want the tiles to be efficient. I think it's better to separate this. How many enemies you think one tile can hold? At most 10. I think chunk is better. And then whenever we update the enemies, we also update the chunk. Basically, for every enemy, the mem set is faster on the game state. Map.chunks. I want to set that to 0 and size of chunk times world. Oh, can I just say, I have that here somewhere. We can do size of tiles. Like you showed me before, guys. That is easier. And I don't have to worry about some other data. I can just do size of tiles, size of chunks. And then for each enemy, we get a const enemy. A reference enemy is game stage enemies on enemy index. And then enemy dot position is used. Const I vector to grid. Position is get grid coordinates using the enemy's position, and then we need to turn it into an I vector 2. There you go. And we use that grid position to get the chunk. Game stage map.chunks on grid position.x and grid position.y, and then we check if chunk.enemies is full, then we, well, if it's not full, I guess, then we just add to the chunk.enemies the enemy.id. Now that we have the enemies in the chunks, each enemy should obviously not check in the dumb way, but we need to get our chunk. Chunk collision. Chunk look up collision. We get the chunk, which is do we have the enemy position in the? We don't. We need the grid coordinates of the enemy. Const I vector2 grid coords is get grid coordinates enemy position, and obviously turns into an I vector2 because this function is dog. And then we get a const chunk reference chunk is. Or we can go and do a for loop. For int x is 0. No, x is grid coordinates -1. Oh, grid coordinates of x. X is less than grid coordinates dot x plus 1. And x plus plus, and we do the same thing for y. There you go. And then we do a quick check if x is less than 0 or x is greater or equals than grid size. Then we continue. We can put this here. And we do the same thing for y. Obviously, this code right here could be a bit better if I just were to get proper coordinates, but it's fine. We do the same thing for y. And then here is where we get the chunk. And you know, get chunk should just be a const auto get chunk function, right? Which takes in an I vector2 grid coordinates. It could even be a reference. I don't know. And then grid coordinates is clamped. Dot x is clamped to grid coordinates dot x clamped to 0 and grid size -1. Right, and we do the same thing for y. And then we just return game state chunk map.chunks on grid coordinates .x and grid coordinates .y. And then I don't have to worry about getting the correct coordinates. Yeah, I think I'll just use that function here. Though I think I want to keep this loop efficient. I'm still gonna call get chunk grid coordinates. Oh yeah, obviously it returns me a chunk reference. Why is this complaining? You stupid? Huh? Oh, I see. Well then, how about this? That's fine. Const. It's fine if we copy that. Then we get the chunk, and then we loop over all of the enemies in the chunk. For... I think we do const uid reference enemy id in chunk dot enemies. We need to get enemy using the enemy ID. Const. Oh yeah, and then this is just an enemy. Enemy reference neighbor. is get enemy. We don't have that function, and that in this point actually it needs to be a pointer. We now need to write this const auto get enemy function, which returns us an enemy pointer, and it takes in a UID reference, and that's important because first we need to check if UID dot index is less than game state dot enemies dot count. Right? This is out of bounds. So that means it, oops. If that is the case, how about, we could even try to repair this, can we? No, this should never happen. Then we just return a null pointer. So that is out of bounds. The next one is... Oh, T2, thank you very much for the raid. I appreciate it. Thank you. I'm sorry, I was so focused. Holy. I appreciate the support, man. Thank you so much. Hope you had a good stream, bro. Like, if it's out of bounds. The next check is we need to... Now that we know it's not out of bounds, we can look at game state enemies on UID.index. We check if the ID stored there is the same as the UID.id. And if that's the case, then we're good to go. And we return game state enemies on UID.index as a pointer. Okay, found and correct slot and matching IDs. Now, here's the thing. The last possible option is to just loop over the enemies. And to try to find the enemy ID that matches the ID's ID. And if that's the case, then the UID array index changes to I, which in this case we need to change how the enemy is actually initialized. Because we now need an index, we need to for loop. We need that index. Then we change the UID so that in the next lookup, we can go directly to this slot right here. We could go immediately. Okay, to have a more efficient lookup. So the moment, like, because how can this happen that the index changes? Well, think about a scenario where if I have an array of enemies and it has slots, right? And the UIDs, or the enemies are here with their UIDs. If an enemy dies here, then I move this enemy in this position. And therefore, the last enemy that is moved here will also have its index changed. So the index is, you know. So yeah, anyways. So that's why I need to make the ID. I need to basically bend the ID to the proper one. And if we have found that, then we return the address of enemy, which we have a reference here, right? So that should work, I hope. I hope that will work. And then over here, if we still didn't find the enemy, we return obviously a null pointer for nothing. And then this is the local function, but this function will soon become a global function. And then now we know that we have to change the enemy IDs here, which is bad because the chunk is also const. So that means we change the chunk as we index over this, which is kind of bad, not gonna lie. Anyway, so now that we have the neighbor, we can do the entire stuff here. And normalize it. The entire thing. Not to normalize, sorry. Hey! What did I do? Wrong click, sorry. I didn't mean to yank, I meant to push this. Neighbor is never changed actually. It's only for the enemy itself. Interesting. Okay, so that's now the chunking system. Collide with nearby enemies. And then we can do this if false here. Great. And so we don't do this right now. And I think we're good to go now. Did I do something wrong? Did I miss... Did I... Is it working now? Are we good? Okay, guys, type 1 in chat if you think it works for the first time. Type 1 in chat.
Can I get any ones in chat that think that this works the first time?
Come on. I don't see a problem. I see no error on my part. Where is the error? 0.5? 0.75. This guy literally types a 0. I should ban this guy. So you have absolutely no faith in what's in me whatsoever that I managed to code this in. That's why you typed in the 0 just in chat, yeah? Because you can't, like, at least for like a fraction believe that this could work for the first time. That's why you typed in the 0, yeah? Zero never does. So what are you gonna do if it's actually working the first time? What you gonna do? What if you sit there and you realize that I coded this in and it works the first time? What you gonna say then, huh? Cause you literally, like, you had, like, you gave this no chance. No chance at all. Like, literally, not even a fraction. Not even a little bit. A klitze. There's gonna be an index or somewhere. Also, how much FPS do you guys think we have? Because I think we still have 10,000 enemies. If I'm correct. Out of range? I see no out of range, really. There's one more thing I could do here. Every enemy itself repairs the index too, so that's one more thing we could do, but that's beside the point. 5 FPS if it doesn't crash. 5 FPS. 30 FPS, 129 out of range. Next time I'm going to... Bro, I'm gonna ban you. What's wrong with you? Piss off. What is wrong with you, buddy? If they're all in the same chunk, 0. I don't think they all get into the same chunk. What I see happening, though, is that a chunk could potentially overload. No, I think it works. No, there's only 10 enemies allowed. Let's see. Do we still have 10,000 enemies? Yeah, we do. Okay. Let's see. So that's the FPS. Okay. It is still very, 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 very slow. 3 FPS. It's more FPS. But how much is it? Still 0. Like it's not registering at all. It's too low. So it is more FPS than before, but not by much. Why? All right, how about we do 1,000 first? Not enough chunks? Oh, that should be fine. I feel like that should be okay. Even with with 1,000 enemy it works. But how can some people have 10,000, 30,000 enemies on screen? And it just works. Yeah, why is the FPS low? The Stardew Valley music is free for streaming, yeah. Chunks plus multi-threading. Here it is. Operator equals equals? What? Get enemy. Oh, I see. I don't know why we would not get an enemy in the chunk. But I guess... Okay, we got a null pointer here. That's interesting. How often do you update? No, like, for example, how can Superku just literally render and update that many units and the game still runs in the browser as far as I can tell? Or is it maybe not the browser? I don't know. The game is running at 60 FPS. I'm updating the chunks every frame, yeah. Skill issue? Yeah, you say that so lightly, man. You say that so easily. Skill issue. Ask him. I think he's AFK right now. So that's what I want to work on next. Before I continue. I want to be able to do something like this. This should easily scale to 10k. Yeah, but why is it not? How much FPS we talking right now? 40 FPS already. It's 40 FPS down. GPU is not doing anything. It's literally just calculations on the CPU that are taking. So I guess the next step that we can do here to figure out what the issue is to go to the CPU and yeah, use the Tracy compiler, the Tracy profiler. He is using baked animation textures plus the flat map with 30k zombies. It's a flat fill on the grid with multi-threaded 3-stage group movement, where zombies use the previous state of neighbors and the second stage copied over, which happens in the first stage. So it's thread safe and deterministic cakes. Well, that's awesome, bro. There's a lot of big words. But look, what I'm trying to understand is, how do the enemies, you know, not collide with each other? Or they collide with each other, but how do they check collision? Right? then they see noise somewhere on the screen and they all go towards the noise. So there's definitely a lot more going on than... This is game development, yeah. So that's what I want to be able to do in order to make a game like They Are Billions. And guys, I want this to run into the browser. So we got our work cut out for us now that we have enemy floodfields. Now that we have what is it called? We have enemy movements on a grid. What is it called? Flow field. Sorry, flow field. Supercool is not using a compute shader. Yeah, check for local collisions is easy to do. I did that just now. Though it feels like it doesn't work, or... It's if false, so that it shouldn't do anything. I still don't understand why... I mean, that should literally just be 10 enemies. Each enemy checking 10 other enemies. At most. Not sure your spatial stuff works. Well, how can I test? I think it works. Or does it? No, it does not look like it works. They are not... They don't seem to be colliding properly. Okay, so each chunk... For each chunk, I should check the enemies they are in. Yeah, I'm logging the count per chunk. I'm drawing the count per chunk now. Real quickly here. So no, not update enemies, debug. Draw tile. See, instead of getting a tile here, we get a chunk. Whoops. And then chunk. There you go. Let's check. So now it displays that. I mean, it does look like it's working, kinda. It kinda does look like it's working. Am I just dumb? Doesn't seem wrong to me. I'm checking enemies in my own chunk, and I'm basically checking 9 chunks for one enemy. I'm checking the surrounding chunks too. So I guess, yeah, guys, what we will do tomorrow is we will optimize this. I didn't get to anything else. I'm sorry, I have to leave though. We will optimize this tomorrow, okay? Maybe log the amount of collision checks. What we do tomorrow is we will add the Tracy compiler to this game. The Tracy profiler. I will show you how to profile C++ with Tracy. The way I do it, There are some people that say that I do it the dumb way. I think I do it the correct way, but... And then we will slowly increase the amount of enemies and check which part of the code is slow. We will dissect each part of the code separately, and then we'll find the part that is slow and try to make it faster. That's the idea. So far, I don't really know where the issue should be or would be. Much we'll see. In any case, guys, let me find someone to raid. I think I have the time for that. Oh, since I didn't raid yesterday. Let me check. Let me check. Let me check. Oh wait, oh, Adam Learns Life is also online. I'm gonna raid Adam Learns Life. I'll send you over to Mr. Adam. Guys, have a wonderful day. Thanks for joining. I'll see you all tomorrow. Tschüss. Let's wait for people to accept the raid. Tschüss, guys. Have a wonderful day. Thank you guys for joining. Okay, stream. Okay, so we didn't make much progress, but under these circumstances, it is fine. See you.